Hello everyone, welcome to our special coverage of China's annual political season, the two sessions. I'm Zhong Shi, live in Beijing. The 14th National People's Congress, China's national legislature, is about to hold its second plenary meeting of this year's session. Chairman of the Standing Committee, Zhao Leji, will deliver a work report of the legislature. We'll also have live coverage of the two corridors at the Great Hall of the People, where NPC deputies, as well as ministers and heads of government departments, will meet the media. Chinese President Xi Jinping has urged the Chinese military to realize the 14th five-year plan while meeting with delegates from the People's Liberation Army and People's Armed Police Forces. He made the comments during the third session of the 14th National People's Congress in Beijing on Friday. CGTN's Zhao Yunfei reports.
Building a strong country with elements of Chinese modernization. Chinese President Xi Jinping has called on the military to work hard to achieve its goals. President Xi, also the chairman of the Central Military Commission, attended a meeting of the delegation of the Chinese People's Liberation Army and the People's Armed Police Force during the two sessions. Representatives from different military sectors have discussed advances in military equipment testing, executive management, and the development of emerging resources. President Xi said that military development should follow a high-quality path with high efficiency and low cost, and that the outcome should stand the test of real combat scenarios. He urged to eliminate barriers and promote cross-department and cross-sector cooperation. The Chinese leader also stressed the need for supervision and anti-corruption efforts. China is ramping up its self-reliance efforts in strengthening its military preparedness. Combat readiness ensures the country to play a role as a stabilizer in a turbulent world, an active force for international peace. The People's Liberation Army has vowed to strengthen military preparedness, upgrade the method of military training, strengthen forces in new domains, and improve its ability in information combat. Zhao Yunfei, CGTN, Beijing.
In a few moments, we'll go live to the Deputies Corridor, where journalists can speak directly with some NPC deputies. But first, CGTN reporter Zhou Jiaxin joins me from the Great Hall of the People. Jiaxin, good morning to you. What can we expect from the Deputies Corridor today?
Morning there, Zhong Shi. I'm now at the Great Hall of the People in downtown Beijing, where, as you mentioned, several deputies to the 14th National People's Congress are expected to rotate here to the center stage and take questions from media outlets as they're waiting for several. Previously, we know that we have several, including 6 deputies to this year's National People's Congress attending this the third session of the Congress, and they're among those deputies talking about technological innovation, also rural revitalization, and also the private economy, which has been those among topics reflected in this year's 2025 government work report on day one, as it highlights measures to promote the development of future industries and emerging industries, which will include commercial, aerospace, and quantum computing, also the low-altitude economy, and the embodied intelligence and 6G technologies. And this has been delivered by Chinese Premier Li Qiang, and also Premier Li added in its report that China will accelerate the digital transformation of the traditional industry. So this is all about those aspiration plan of the country, and also being reflected and talked about by those representatives gathered here at the red carpet. And later we will have 40 minutes for those deputies here rotating for media to raise questions. And worth mentioning, today is Women's Day, and we know that 2 lady deputies will be among them, talking about their own aspiration and also a commitment to fulfilling their deputies as the top lawmakers of the country. And one would talk about these educational reforms. Another, a lady from the village level servant, she will talk about how she has been engaged in this the country's whole process, people's democracy, and share her stories with the media. And we also know that previously there were some medical workers talking about the reforms. So the keywords on this red carpet, one thing is about the aspiration within the the government's national strategies, how they have engaged with the national development. And another thing is about commitment. So this morning they will attend the second plenary to deliberate those reports. And one of the agenda of that is, as I mentioned, about the private economy. And the country is now talking about how to make sure that the economic construction would be facilitate the country's, sustain the growth of 5% growth that the government has rolled out for the 2025. So we will hear from them their stories, their aspiration plans, and also their commitment to serving the community. Back to you.
Jiaxing, we of course look forward to hearing from the deputies. We appreciate your reporting this hour. Thank you so much. And now let's also check in with our reporter Zhao Yunfei, who has the vantage point of today's official proceedings, also from inside the Great Hall of the People. Yunfei, good morning. What can we expect from today's meeting?
Well, Zhongshi, this is the conference hall where sessions will begin. We're here at the second meeting of this year's National People's Congress. Well, today on the agenda, we're expecting 3 work reports are being delivered. The work report of National People's Congress Standing Committee, the work report of Supreme People's Court, and the work report of the Supreme People's Procuratorate. So certainly this is law-relevant report. And after today's deliberation, the morning deliberation, starting from 3 p.m., each delegation will start to begin the deliberation, the review of the work report, and they will begin with the NPC Standing Committee work report. Now, this, as I mentioned, the second plenary meeting, and starting from day 1, which is the opening session, also the first plenary meeting, the first work report, highly anticipated government work report are being released. And over the past couple of days, what they did was the deliberation. Each delegation did the deliberation of the government work report. And then we come to the second stage, and starting from today, each delegation will start to deliver the work report that's being released today. And in between the first day until now, Chinese President Xi Jinping also attended the deliberation. He attended the deliberation of Jiangsu province. He also attended the deliberation of the People's Liberation Army delegation. And in the Jiangsu province, President Xi said that the province should take the leadership role as a major economic province. He said that the industrial innovation should be rooted on a strong real economy. And now how to do that and how to make sure it happens, one of the functions of the 2 sessions is to achieve that from legislative perspective. Again, the 3 work report, law-relevant work report, is one of the process that how to achieve, as Jiaxing mentioned, the 5% growth from a legislative perspective. Back to you.
All right, Yunfei, thank you for that update. We look forward to checking in back with you throughout the day. CGTN reporter Zhao Yunfei live inside the Great Hall of the People for us. And for some insights, I'm now joined in the studio by Einar Tangen, Senior Fellow at the Taihe Institute, and Huo Zhengxing, Professor of Law at China University of Political Science and Law. Good morning to you, gentlemen. Welcome to our special coverage today. I know it's very early morning. Thank you for being with us. Very soon we'll be hearing from the deputies themselves. Many of them work in grassroots positions. We'll be hearing their personal stories as well as their professional stories. Beginning with you, Professor Huo. Why are we hearing them talk about their professional lives at such an event? What insight could we gain?
Good question. I think that, People's Congress system is the fundamental political system of China. And according to the constitutional law of China, all people belongs to people. However, as you know, that people is a very abstract definition. And then these deputies, which consist of about 3,000 deputies from all corners of China, gathered together in Beijing. And here in the 2 sessions, these deputies will share their stories, will bring their proposals, and they will also put forward their suggestions. And I heard from the journalist just now that there is one woman coming from the village level, and she will share her story, that how she engaged in China's whole process democracy. So I think that these personal stories of these deputies are significant. They are the means to make the People's Congress system work.
And the concepts brought alive through real-life stories shared by those deputies. Einar, what do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, first off, you have to understand the process. It's required that the deputies be broadly based. That's in the Constitution. Then the question is how you do it. There are requirements, set-asides, minorities, women have to be represented, etc. And there has to be very broadly across the economic spectrum. So you have a representative body which represents real people, not billionaires and millionaires from different states. So it's a little different than things. They are not elected by the people, they're elected by the party itself. There are congresses that are responsible for doing this. So this is an opportunity to show the people who are representing the majority of people, to actually see that they have faces, that they have ideas, that they are participating in trying to make the country better. Remember, this is a one-party system. There is no place to go, all right? The party is responsible. So therefore, they have to show how they're representing people and how they're shouldering this responsibility, which is everything you just talked about.
I think our international viewers will be interested in learning, will you talk about these deputies from the grassroots levels, bringing all of these perspectives and concerns to the forefront by way of the two sessions? How are these concerns then addressed? How are these perspectives addressed?
During the sessions, I think that these deputies will hold a number of meeting discussions, and during those meetings and discussions, the Chinese leaders will attend these meetings and discussions. So the top leaders of China can hear the concerns brought by these deputies. And according to the Chinese constitutional law, that these deputies will submit their proposals to the Chinese government. And the Chinese government are obliged to reply to their proposals and respond to these proposals in all fields of work, including the legislative work and administrative work and other works. So I think by this way that the voices of the local people, the voices of the people from different parts of China can be heard and be addressed.
So their voices, their suggestions and their concerns, make no mistake, don't always make it into final decision-making or policy-making, but they're always heard.
This is the important part. I mean, when you have a strong centralized government, obviously located in Beijing, it's provincial, it's top-down, how do you make sure that you are in fact achieving what you say? So when you gather 3,000 delegates from across the country and they are speaking to you about what they believe is happening, they're giving the reports on the existing policies and the future policies, this is a way of feedback. This is the way the government is able to say, okay, in our plans, all right, because China, unlike a lot of countries, keeps planning. Every year there's more planning. I mean, people talk about the current plan, the 2030 plan, but that was started working on 10 years ago. So this gives you an idea. So there's a constant feedback loop. So if you're a fan of Edward Deming, who was he was an economist, but he dealt in economic theory. He said constant quality improvement. You cannot wait for something to go wrong. You have to get it, you have to intercept it before it goes wrong and continue to create better quality. And in this case of China, that's exactly what they do. They're trying to make sure that the process has a good feedback mechanism and that they're improving it as they go along.
I wonder what are some of the NPC deputies' proposals that caught your eye this year? Because this year, some of them deal with promoting the private sector, the private enterprises. Some of them are talking about educational equity. What are some of the proposals that stood out for you, Professor?
As you know, I'm a law professor in the Chinese University. So one of the proposals that make me impressive is that some deputies says that in the future, China should strengthen its AI technology in the application of legal education in Chinese law schools. This, impressed me much because, AI technology changed all our lives. In the future, I'm some people say that whether lawyers, judges will be replaced by AI. That is
Professor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Let's turn back to the Great Hall of the People as deputies arrive and ready to take questions from the
媒体
press.
朋友们，大家上午好。
Good morning, dear media
14届
friends.
全国人大3次会议
The
第二
third
场代表通道
session of the
现在开
14th
始。
NPC has now
今天的
its
代表通道
second
大会新闻中
Deputies
心邀请
Corridor.
了6位
Today, we
来
have
自企
invited
业、
the 6 deputies
学校、
coming from
农
the
村、
enterprises,
街道
universities,
和自贸
rural
港建设一
areas,
线的
the
全国人大代表
subdistricts,
走
and
上代
the
表
first
通道
line
并
of
回
the
答
Freight Report
大家的
to
提问。
take your questions.
现在请第一组代表。
Now, let's invite the first group of deputies.
The 2位代表分别是
The two deputies are
华工科技党委
from
书记、董事
Huagong
长
Tech,
马新强代表，
Party Secretary Ma Xinqiang.
大家好。
Good
广
morning.
东小鹏汽车科
From
技有限公司
Xiaopeng
董事
Motors
长何小鹏代
Chairman
表。
He Xiaopeng.
大家好，我是小鹏。
Good morning, everyone. I am He
谢
Xiaopeng.
谢。现在
Thank
请
you.
大家开始
Now
提
we
问，
open the floor to questions and answers.
请第一排人民日报记者提问，谢谢。
谢谢主持人。
Thank
人
you.
民日报
From
记者提
People's
问。
Daily.
我的问题想提给马新强
My
代表。
question is to
马新强代
Deputy
表
Ma
您好
Xinqiang.
我们日常使用的手机、
The
汽车
daily
这
used
些东西
mobile
都
phones
要用到
and
激光技术。请
automotives
问
need
在您所从
laser
事的激
technology
光装备
support.
领域
So in your
是
laser
如何破解卡
equipment
脖子技术
sector, how do
实
you
现科技
make
自立自
breakthroughs
强
in
的
order to
谢
be
谢
independent technically? Thank you.
好，谢谢您的提问。
Thank you for your question.
我是来自湖北团的人大代表。
I'm here on behalf of Hubei
主要从
delegation.
事
My name is Ma Xinqiang. I am in the business of high-end laser equipment R&D and industrialization. Laser is named as the brightest light, the fastest
因为这是科
blade,
技，激光
and
会广
also
泛
the
运用
most
各行各业。
precise measurement because it could be widely applied in various industries. As has been mentioned by the reporter, it could be used by the cell phones, the automotives,
70%的
and
零部件的
almost
制造加工啊
70% of the
都要用到
parts
激光。
production and processing need the work of laser technology.
作为
Yet,
被国外发达国
laser
家管制
technology
的技术，
has been
我国
controlled
在这一领域
by the developed nations for long, and China has been restricted by that
中国
fact.
的高端激光加
20
工
years
装备
ago, China's high-end laser equipment R&D relied completely on imports. Even the screws for the processing of laser equipment cost like $3
因为这颗螺丝钉啊，警
each
醒我
one.
必须走
We have to buy from overseas. That inspired me to blaze our own trail
卡脖子技
and
术拦
strive
截。
for a breakthrough.
我所在
So,
的
to that end,
多年来
Huagong
在高
Technology
端装备
for
制
years
造领域啊，
have been dedicated to high-end
当我们
manufacturing of the laser
汽
equipment.
车白车身
We aimed to catch up when we have developed the laser welding equipment. We have made
促
a
使啊
breakthrough
国外
to
产品的
break
价格
the monopoly by overseas for 40 years' time, bringing down the cost by 40% as a result.
就可以
Now,
完成
in
一辆
43 seconds,
新能
we
源汽
can
车车身
complete
的激光
the
焊接，
NEV's
这也
laser
是行业的最
welding.
快速度。目前
That is the fastest
我们
pace in
这
this
款产品
industry.
的国
Now,
内市场占有率啊，
our market share of that
已经达到了
technology stands at 90% in China.
服务下线车辆超过了4500
We have
万辆。
served 45 million cars with that technological support. Meanwhile, we have developed 100 laser equipment of ours, serving the automotive parts production
有力的
with over 1,000
中国
varieties.
新能源汽车
And
啊
we aggressively support China's NEVs to go global.
我们
Now,
不仅实现了，
we have not only realized high-end laser equipment
而且
replacement of imports, we are even starting to
超过
export.
国际品牌。
and we are exceeding the performance of the overseas brands. By taking less than 10 years' time, we have ended the history of overseas monopoly. And we have also made 70 records. We set up the first laser industry standard in China, and our products could register 35% of annual increase of sales internationally, rewriting the story about the laser industry in the world. So the Chinese manufacturers could afford the high-end laser equipment right now. While developing ourselves, we also help the industry chain, the corporate chain, and supply chain to serve 1,000 enterprises to develop. And now our products could support China's optoelectronic industry to march forward. Behind such achievements, we have taken control of those technologies. Even in the most difficult times, we stepped up our investment into R&D with over $10 billion investment. With our utmost will, we gathered talents from international market, and we worked with the upstream and downstream and give play to the alliance of industrial innovation to conduct independent innovation and to rely on the academicians to innovate. Today, we could be confident enough to say that China's laser industry has already embarked on the first-class journey internationally, but this is a long race without destination. During President Xi Jinping's visit to Huagong Tech, he pointed out that the information technology industry is a strategic high-tech industry, and it has the conditions to make breakthroughs in China as one of the representative high-tech industry. We will continue to work hard and pick the higher-hanging fruits so as to blaze a unique trail of the optoelectric industry to add up our edge and to become a leader in industrial innovation. Thank you.
现在请大家继续开始提问。请这一侧举手的中央广播电视总台记者提问，谢谢。
谢谢主持人，我是中央广播电视总台记者。我的问题要提给何小鹏代表。去年咱们国家新能源汽车的产量突破了1300万辆，越来越多的人喜欢上了国产新能源汽车。那在您看来，新能源汽车产业的创新发展将给我们的生活带来怎样的变化
？Chinese-made new energy vehicles, how these change our life. This is a story and also a question about how technology changed our people's way of life. My name is He Xiaopeng from XPeng. General Secretary Xi mentioned that the industrial innovation should be driven through the innovation in science and technology. In the recent 3 decades, that is also at the period we all witness. We are very lucky, especially myself, experience all these tremendous changes, especially happened in the automobile industries. And right now, we are seeing that the 4th generation of changes happened with AI as the mainstay. So let me talk in this way. Last year, I back to my university, so I talk to the younger ones. I talk about that we actually connected the access to the internet, and that is actually the very first example of connecting internet access to the whole building. So this is not a big piece today, but back then, in my age, in the university, actually we got access to the internet. That's a big deal. So we should believe that innovation and technology do change our life. Right now, we embrace the AI-driven era. With our rich experience in Expo, we know that AI could have driven further development and innovation in automobile. We know that AI can help us to do that driverless experience, and we know that the automobile driving age is already here. And also we talk about the robotic application. Talk about the driverless, the automobiles actually with the very first one to break the whole end-to-end terminal-to-terminal automobile application, and believe that this year we will also surpass our competitors in the industry in this regard, and especially for L4 level automobile parking, automobile finding the vehicles in the parking lot. I believe that's also a big boost to the industry's development. I also, for myself, also made a lot of DA proposals in terms of the standardization of the automobile sector, especially the self-driving sectors. And also, I'm very happy to see that for the very first time, that the term of the embodied AI mentioned in the government work report for Expo, actually we focus a lot on the research of the humanoid robots, and we divide it into L1 to L5. That's how we categorize that. And if you look at today's the robot, that's the early stage of L2. If we could better commercialize the humanoid robot, that should reach L3, so which means that your eyes, mouth, your brain, and your limbs, that all can be better integrated smoothly. So based on our recent experience in self-driving and also the robotic areas, we hope that we could produce to the industry in terms of that embodied AI, the vehicle application, and also the low-altitude economy also developed fast. And we also actually, next year, we could also produce in a big amount of the flying vehicles. And I hope that we could be the very first movers in the market to bring that AI plus automobile to re-innovate the operation system based on the small aircraft, so we can better and facilitate us to operate these aircrafts. For us, actually, we always would like to explore the future. We hope that in the city we could also operate the self-driving vehicles and the intercities, and we could fly with the flying vehicles, and also we could also rely on that further applications and also bring that benefits to our consumers worldwide. Here, I also would like to say a big thank you to Guangdong province. It's a fertile land that cultivates the driving forces and boost our company's further development. Today is a very special day. I would like to take these opportunities to extend the best wishes to all the women. Happy Women's Day. Thank you very much.
Now let's invite the second group of deputies. They are the Deputy Director of the Office of Working Committee of Hainan Free Trade Port, Cai Qiang. Good morning. The Secretary of General Party Branch of Shijiazhuang Foreign Language Education Group, Madam Pei Hongxia. Good morning, everyone. Now we open the floor to questions. From Economic Daily. Thank you. My question goes to Deputy Cai Qiang. In 2025, the Hainan Free Trade Port is about to be put into operation. We are all concerned about it. Since you are in the front line work, could you please brief us about the situation of the Free Trade Port? Thank you for the question. My name is Cai Qiang. I come from the first line of Hainan Free Trade Port. My job is mainly about the financing. And this year, Hainan Free Trade Port is about to be put into operation, and Hainan will be created into a unique space for the supervision. And by that, it doesn't mean that we are going to close the port. Instead, we are going to open up wider to realize the facilitation of investment and trade. We are all very concerned about the operation of the Free Trade Port, about whether we are ready. So allow me to introduce my work experience from the fiscal and also the taxation perspective. For example, to share with you about the offshore duty-free services. Hainan offshore duty-free services have some new pickup methods of the products. For example, after buying the products from the duty-free shops, you could directly pick them up and use them while staying in Hainan, instead of previous experience of only picking up your duty-free products when you're about to leave. So now you could directly go to the duty-free shops in Hainan to buy the surfing board or the clothes and the sunscreen products, and just after the shopping, you could directly rush to the beach to enjoy surfing. And what will be the opportunities and preferential treatment in Hainan Free Trade Port? Not long ago, during the NPC deputies investigation, I paid visit to the international containers port in Hainan Yangzhou. And with the Free Trade Port development over the years, a group of enterprises are gathering here. For example, the Costco shipping ports, making Hainan the second place in this business. According to the investigated people, they came here years ago, and over the past 4 years, the corporate income tax and individual income tax has been reduced by about 300 million, and they also enjoy the VAT rebate preferential treatment. For 7 ships, that amount was about 360 million RMB of taxation exemption. So those are real benefits brought to the Free Trade Port. The taxation policies tailored for the Free Trade Port are starting to take effect. For example, for zero tariff, for free production equipment and yachts and others, we have 3 lists. In the future, the list will only go longer for these products to be exempted. And as to the 15% of corporate and individual income taxation, we will further extend the scope of taxation reduction. We are designing certain reform measures. It is fair to say that such taxation preferential treatment has become the accelerator of the Free Trade Port. For one thing, they help to step up our pace of institutional design in the Free Trade Port by providing with the market players with more opportunities of development and stronger support. And for another, it attracts logistics and also the population flow and capital flow to this area to further inject dynamism into the Free Trade Port. 2025 would be critical for Hainan. To implement the policies of CPC Central Committee, we will endeavor to go all out to center on the development of this area and scientifically plan our high-quality development and reform and opening up so as to open wider to the outside world at a higher level. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
请第一排新华社记者提问，谢谢。
With the Xinhua News Agency, my question to Ms. Pei Hongxia. Good morning. You are a practitioner and teacher in the education sector. You are also a deputy of NPC. And how do you play your role as a deputy and in the promoting virtue through education? Thank you for your question. My name is Pei Hongxia from Hebei. And also I worked at the Shijiazhuang Foreign Language School. And General Secretary Xi always talk about we should consider the fundamental thing for the education, that what we should teach and who we teach and how we teach. I believe this is also our mission. And also, we need to think about how we would really to bring all the knowledges to the young generations and also to strengthen the confidence in the system and institution. That's also the direction I'm always thinking about. Shijiazhuang is the very first city to hold the first People's Congress meeting, and also I organized students who made a visit to the museum to let them learn about that the NPC's system under the leadership of the Communist Party of China, to let them understand the strengths of this system and also let them know that the past and system of NPC. And the students are actually quite interested in an older picture in 1949. Actually, an elder people named Lu Chunchang is a deputy from the rural area and also the eldest one. And he worked in the rural areas, have done in different jobs in the rural area, and also he, on behalf of the people in the rural area, as the deputy, and also he very excited and saying that I would devote all myself to serve the people. That's a very true and pure mission and passion. Actually, quite touched the students, and also the students saying that they should also make their efforts and contribution to advance the national rejuvenation on all fronts. We also have a special activity. That's the activity connect at the suggestions of the deputies with their actual social activities. So talk about one thing, let's say how to organize that, the bicycles on the street. So students always think about the solutions, how to better organize all these bicycles, and also a class of students guided by the deputies. They actually did a research on the charging poles or the charging facilities in the community settings. So they visit to the different communities to learn the pictures on the ground. They talk about that we should also standardize that the construction of that the charging facilities, and also we need to have that the corresponding facilities like the fire extinguishers. So this is actually become a actual implementable the policies and the regulations by the local government. And so far we have more than 100 of that suggestions made by the students to the local authorities. So these kind of stories and activities for the young generations, they feel that their piece of suggestion actually finally turned to reality. They make their actual contribution to make the society better. And they also feel that's what called the whole process people's democracy. As an educator, we cultivate the talents for the country and also would like to bring the seed of confidence into the young people's heart. I believe that's also my answer.
谢谢两位代表。
Thank you very much.
现在请第三组代表。
Now let's give the floor to the third group of deputies.
两位代表分别是
They are
天津东丽区
from
华民街
the
道胡张庄
Huzhangzhuang
村党支部书记
village,
杨宝林代表。
Huaming Subdistrict, Dongli District of Tianjin, the Party Secretary Yang Baoling, and also from the fourth neighborhood of Shanghai Hongqiao District,
谢谢，请大家开始提问。
Party Secretary Sheng Hong. Now we open the floor to
请中国妇
questions
女报记的提问。第一排
from China Women's Daily.
谢谢主持人。
Thank you.
中国妇女报全媒体记者提问。我想提问杨宝
My
林代表。
question goes
据了
to
解，
Deputy Yang
您扎
Baoling.
根农村基层40余年。
As is known
请
to all,
问
you have
您是
been
如何和
dedicated to
乡
the
亲们
rural
一起
areas for 40
让一个
years'
贫穷
time.
落后的村
How
庄
did you
旧貌焕
enable
新
a
颜的？
poor
谢谢。
village to take on a new look together with the locals? Thank you for your question. 44 years ago, I moved from Shandong to Tianjin. In 2006, during the village committee reshuffling, I became the leader of the village committee. I took the lead together with the locals to develop that village. Especially in 2018, I was nominated to be the NPC deputy. With this new responsibility and new task, I could feel the heavier burden on my shoulders. But still, I keep in my mind about one fact, that is, as a CPC member, together with the grassroots NPC deputies in the villages, our jobs are to take the villages together to march forward, and we must remain true to our original mission. Initially, our living conditions were very poor. For example, the saline and alkali soil needs to be improved, and the grapes were too sweet that we grew. How could we tap into the advantages of the policies to rejuvenate the villages? I kept thinking about the answers with the villagers. Gradually, we embarked on the road of green development, and we had some golden keys to that solution. The first one is to develop the vines. In 2008, we made the development plan for the village. We take into the advantageous industry of grapes production. We have paved the ditches and improved the roads in the villages and established some new cables. And we introduced a new pilot project of the shelter-grown grapes so as to better sell our grapes elsewhere. And since then, our agricultural products could be sold to the outside world, and the local villagers increased their income. We have completed the green product certification, and our grapes were also incorporated into the list of innovation. The second golden key is to control the saline and alkaline soil. We have set up such a green and ecological barrier for 2,000 mu. Aside from the 2,000 mu of the grape land, we also have 3,000 mu land of the water. So we developed the aquatic products to develop the local economy. The previously alkaline soil were turned into the green bank for the villagers. In the summertime, the green vines and the ponds keeping fish attract tourists to our village. The third solution was to develop houses. Together with the neighborhood, In Hujiangzhuang village, we developed the first grassroots party branch, and that is of great significance. Now in Hujiangzhuang village, we are digging into different resources so as to have both landscape, sightseeing, tourism choices, and also good educational resources. In that way, we could accelerate the pace of village rejuvenation. Today's Hujiangzhuang village can also have some students who successfully applied for the colleges, and the local villagers' lives could be guaranteed. For now, Hujiangzhuang village is trying to develop and coordinate agriculture, forestry, and fishing business. I was born in villages and I grew up in the village, so I had a special bond for the villages. Now I've been deeply rooted in the grassroots for 40 years' time, and for the land of Hujiangzhuang village, I was in deep love with it. I am ready to stay here and work together with the villagers to continue to contribute to the village rejuvenation. Thank you.
谢谢杨宝林代表，谢谢。请大家继续提问。请第一排法制日报记者提问，谢谢。
谢谢主持人。
Thank you very much.
记者提问。
From Legal Daily, my question to Mr. Sheng Hong. Ms. Sheng Hong actually work at the grassroots, actually talk to the neighbors every day. Actually, there's no bigger piece, but that's also quite involved in people's day-to-day life. And what's your experience you can share with us? Thank you for your question. Good morning. My name is Sheng Hong from Hongqiao Street, Shanghai. And in November 12th, the President Xi visited our places, and also he mentioned about the great idea about the whole process, people's democracy. I work at the grassroots for more than 14 years, and my key role is to serve the people and also to solve their issues. And also from my day-to-day practice, that is also the true practice of the whole process of people's democracy. And also my colleagues visited to the compound every day to listen to the thoughts, ideas, suggestions, and also the feedback from the neighbors. So during one day, we visited a neighborhood. So a person told me that whether we could open 2 doors at the greener parks nearby, so it's quite convenient for them to go to the subway and also to the other frequently visited places. And we also asked a larger variety of the neighbors in that areas, and people voted for approval. And we work with the local authorities involved, and as well as the third-party design companies to lay out the plans. After many rounds of discussions, we remove the barriers and also build up the pedestrian. It's just a very simple, let's see, a cracking down the wall, but it's not that easy. We talk about this is the decision made by the large variety of majorities, and that is also from the very beginning, also the suggestions made by the people. So they mentioned about these issues, and finally they get the benefit from that suggestion. And we also have a must-go place in the area. That's a beautiful painting wall. We set a liaison office of the NPC deputies, and also a connection office also set up at the city level. So far we have collected many the suggestions and ideas from the mass, and we also started to listen to wider range of audience. We not visited a neighborhood. We also visited a larger range of streets and also to the schools. And we also built up the liaison office as the contact window
So there are multiple roles and platforms actually merge in that office. We hope that we could bring the people's great ideas into that the benefits to improve people's well-being. And also here we have the people from more than 50 countries. In 2024, we have received 510 delegates, and including 55 delegates from overseas. So one day we received a visit from the Latin American think tank. And also they saw my pictures on the wall and talk about actually the deputies work at the grassroots. And they also took pictures with me. As the deputy of the NPC, I also show that see a vivid practice of China's democracy. I also feel so proud. And going forward, I will also stick to my post to perform my duty and also to really satisfy the people through peace and peace of my work. Thank you. And also today is International Women's Day, and with Ms. Yang Baoling, I wish our sisters happy holiday. This is the end of the Deputies Corridor, and also this morning we will also have the second Minister's Corridor, and we will have the Minister from the Water Conservancy and the Rural and Agriculture, and also that the people's well-being to join us. This is the end of the Members' Corridor.
NPC deputies speaking at the Deputies Corridor, taking questions from members of the press and media. A total of 6 deputies have spoken. They talked about China's laser technology development and new energy vehicles. They also covered the construction of the Hainan Free Trade Port, also how social activities inspire young students. They covered grounds including rejuvenating rural villages by managing soil and increasing food production. Also, they put into perspective what that whole process, people's democracy, looks like for grassroots workers in practice. You're watching CGTN's special coverage of China's most important political gathering of the year, the 2 sessions. And just now, at the Deputies Corridor, deputies of the National People's Congress have provided insight into how Chinese lawmakers contribute to the country's development. In a few moments, the 14th National People's Congress will hold the second plenary meeting of this year's session. They will listen to the work reports from the Standing Committee of the NPC, the Supreme People's Court, and the Supreme People's Procuratorate. We'll go live to the Great Hall of the People in Beijing when that starts, so make sure you stay with us right here on CGTN. Now let's talk about what the deputies mentioned with my guests here in the studio, Professor Hua and Einar Tangen. 6 deputies in total, 3 of them women, spending holding up half the sky and spending the Women's Day working. What a way to celebrate this day. I mean, the first 2 deputies really struck a note with me. One of them talking about China's laser technology development, breaking foreign monopoly, gaining that independence that China wanted so bad. The other talking about how technological innovations are changing and touching people's lives, and really laid out a picture for smart transportation in the future and how technology such as artificial intelligence could potentially change driving, could potentially change our way of life as we know. Starting with you, Einar, when you hear both of them speak at the same time, your thoughts?
Okay, so you have 2 Chinese champions, but different routes. One is indigenous. I mean, they just said, look, we're getting a lot of money extracted from us for this laser technology. We're going to come up with it ourselves. It's very important to welding and many other applications. So they did that, and that was separate. Now, that's a company that has actually been listed. 2 of its divisions have been listed by the U.S. government as you can't do business with the U.S. The other one, XPeng, It was started by a consortium of who's of Chinese companies. You're talking about Alibaba, et cetera. So. But what's unique about them is they have now integrated into the international structure. They have an agreement with Volkswagen, which has just under 5%. And what they're doing is they're integrating their Chinese technologies and approaches, but they're taking it globally. So two very good examples of how China is progressing forward by using indigenous innovation, but also integrating and opening up.
I mean, when you hear both of them talk, Professor Hua, they're NPC deputies, and people still wonder, you have all of this insight into China's technology development and how important that is to people's lives. How do they plan to really bring that insight into future decision making? And people are wondering what they can do to further advance people's lives.
Well, you can see that these deputies come from different fields. The He Xiaopeng come from a new energy vehicle industry, and the first deputies come from a represent high-tech companies of China. Their stories impressed me very much, I have to say first, because as Tinkin said just now, in recent years, the United States tried to contain China's development, especially in high-tech, and the stories of the first deputies encouraged the Chinese people that the country is still making big progress in strengthening its high-tech innovations in spite of the U.S. policies. And the stories of He Xiaopeng is also, impressed me very much because his success has a number of implications. First, his company is a very successful new energy car company. And I think that this is also a concrete efforts made by China to fight against global warming. I think the global warming fight against global warming needs the efforts of all countries, and China is playing a significant role in this field. And second is that He Xiaopeng's company Xpeng is a private enterprise. So his success also tells us how important private economy means to China. As you know, nowadays China has about 55 million private enterprises, and these private enterprises contribute about 50% of Chinese tax revenue, 60% of China's GDP, 70% of China's technological innovation achievements, 80% of China's urban employment, and they constitute 90% of China's whole enterprises. So his story, I think, tells us how important private economy means to China. So I think that they come from different sectors, and they are also NPC deputies. And I believe that as a deputies NPC, they will bring their proposals to China's legislative body, to the decision-making bodies. And I believe that the participation of these deputies will make China's decision-making process more democratic and more, in a more efficient way.
A glimpse into how private companies are spearheading.
Because what you said I agree with, but when you talk about what do they add perspective. Now, they were the first set of speakers. These are the private enterprises. All the numbers you mentioned make them absolutely important, but they're not the only voices. You had 6 voices on this first part, and they represent a very wide variety. So a lot of people who watch Chinese TV abroad say grassroots. I don't understand what that means. What it means is the base levels of society, not just people who are working at menial
not just
jobs.
Executives.
Yeah, but everybody. So that is what the grassroots. You always listen to the people who are involved in being in the democratic system, and if you ignore that, then the government becomes isolated in a bubble and unable to be responsive. So this goes to this responsiveness that you're talking about.
Yes, the composition of these deputies makes the NPC representative to ensure that the people from different levels of China can realize their democracy.
Yeah. Gentlemen, stay with me here. I'll be right back with you. During the Deputies Corridor, He Xiaopeng, chairman of Xpan Smart Vehicles Company, said he believes artificial intelligence could drive further development and innovation in the automobile industry. Let's take a listen.
Right now, we embrace the AI-driven era with our rich experience in Expo. We know that AI could drive further development and innovation in automobile. We know that AI can help us to do that driverless experience, and we know that the automobile driving age is already here. And also we talk about robotic application. Talk about the driverless, the automobiles actually with the very first one to break the whole end-to-end terminal-to-terminal automobile application, and believe that this year we will also surpass our competitors in the industry in this regard, and especially for L4 level automobile parking, automobile finding the vehicles in the parking lot. I believe that's also a big boost to the industry's development.
Gentlemen, AI is such a hot topic this year, not just because it invites a lot of discussions about what it could do for us in the future, but also because of many concerns around the development of AI. Professor Hu, I do want to pick up where we left off just now, where you were talking about people's concern about whether AI would replace judges and prosecutors in the future. What are some of the discussions around artificial intelligence in your field?
In the law community, how AI changed human society, how law influence the law, how AI will challenge the legal education is, I think, the very hot topics. And you will notice that during these two sessions, AI Plus, the topic of AI Plus now is reflected as independent sections in the government report. So I think the Chinese government now attaches great importance to the AI development. And from the perspective of law, I do believe that China needs to plan the legislation on AI technology, because on the one hand, AI will change down society, people will benefit from them. But on the other hand, I think that AI will also create a lot of challenges and even the risks for the human society. For example, in the future, whether if the car is driven by AI, if the car accident happened, who will be responsible for this car accident? So I think that all these questions should be carefully studied and responded by the law communities. And I hope that in the near future, the Chinese National People's Congress and its standing committee will consider to put the legislation on AI in its agenda.
Well, one thing that I know for now is that AI cannot, for now, replace my commentators and guests on this show. And gentlemen, thank you. Do bear with me. I'll be right back with you. And since the second session of the 14th National People's Congress last year, the Standing Committee has focused on improving the country's legal system to keep legislation in step with national development. Over the past year, the committee has reviewed 39 bills, adopting 24 of them. These include 6 new laws, 14 amendments, and 4 legal decisions on major issues. Last year's legislative achievements were mainly reflected in 4 key areas. First, supporting the growth of new quality productive forces through laws on energy, mineral resources, and taxation. Second, improving people's livelihoods with legislation on education, and cultural heritage, and science and technology, and emergency response. Third, optimizing the People's Congress system to strengthen governance. And fourth, advancing China's high-level opening up. Let's continue our conversations here with my guests in the studio. Honor, another question about AI. Obviously, when you look at China wanting to promote the private sector, protecting private enterprises, and the private sector spearheading the development of artificial intelligence, how important are private businesses in moving AI forward?
Well, you heard the statistics from my colleagues. 70% of all innovation comes out of small, medium-sized business entities. But it's not just that. If you start looking at what this group, small, medium-sized business entities represents, they are probably the most potent force that is not only within China, but around the world. Still, 40% of the total world GDP, 50% of employments. So it's an extension of this. Imagine a world where AI is able to create tools that allow companies, small companies, to trade anywhere in the world. So if I make something that's very special, some coffee, some jam, instead of trying to sell it locally, and how many times have we had stories about local farmers saying, look, when the road came, I was able to sell my produce closer to the user markets, and I was able to earn more money. Imagine doing that with small and medium-sized business entities in China and around the world, linking them, having people-to-people communication and business. All right, so I think AI tools can be a big factor in promoting that, because what are the impediments to international trade for a small business? Well, knowledge. They don't have, these bank accounts, the understanding how to write complex contracts. They wouldn't have the time or money to do that. But with AI, you can have smart contracts that are basically a form that each side fills out. Party A is responsible, or Party B, or if they don't want to be responsible, Party C, somebody who's guaranteeing that part, can be part of it. Then you have payment platforms that you can get the money once they've gotten the goods. And modern logistics. China has already set that up globally. So you can imagine Chanche Port in Peru, all of a sudden small farmers can send their produce, something very special, directly to China. So if that happens, you're going to see a new growth driver for the world. And this is the kind of thing where AI can be very, very helpful.
I mean, now that everyone is on the same page here about the importance of AI and other forms of innovative technology, I wonder what role legislation can play in safeguarding the development of technology. President Xi Jinping emphasized integrating technological innovations with industries during deliberations with lawmakers from Jiangsu, and also the spokesperson of the NPC news conference highlighted legislative efforts to promote new quality productive forces. In terms of legislation and the power of the legislative process, what steps can legislation take to further unleash the potential for innovation?
Chinese government now attach great importance on the legislation in new emerging field, and I think that AI is a typical new emerging field. And I find that in the past years, the Chinese government department has enacted a number of regulations to guide the development of AI, and also try to regulate the AI's development. And as I say just now, AI technology on the one hand benefit people, on the other hand it may pose risks. Let's look around the world. Last year the EU has enacted AI legislation, and I think that as a global leader of the AI technology, China, I think, is considering accelerates its legislation in the AI industry to protect people from the potential harm of AI, and also guarantee that AI technology will benefit people. As I say that, I'm a law professor, and so we are talking about whether in the future AI will replace the professors, and whether AI will, replace lawyers, prosecutors, judges. I think it's a very important topic, and I personally believe that AI will not replace human beings but benefit people. But all these need legislation and right policy guiding.
Professor Huo, we're now waiting to hear a key report from the Standing Committee chairman in just a few minutes' time, and the NPC deputies will hear that report. They will review that report among other reports. Can you also talk about the NPC's supervisory power and how that makes a tangible impact during this process?
Well, according to the Chinese constitutional law, the National People's Congress is a supreme state organ. And as you know, that the NPC is in session for just 1 week, really March now, and in the rest of time, the NPC established standing committee. The standing committee of the NPC is the permanent body of the NPC. And the Standing Committee of NPC will exercise most of functions of NPC when the latter is not in session. And so the power of the Standing Committee of NPC includes the legislative power, the supervision power, the power of appointment and removal of senior officials of Chinese government, and also the power of legislative interpretation and decision-making policies. And in this session, when the deputies gathered in the People's Hall, they will listen to the report delivered by the State Council, the Standing Committee of NPC, the Supreme People's Court, and Supreme People's Procuratorate. And so these deputies have the right to review the works report by all these state organs. And they will put forth suggestions for improvement and amendments if there is needed. So I think that these kind of organization makes that the deputies or the NPC has the power to supervise the activities of all state organs in China, including the Standing Committee of NPC, the State Council, the Supreme People's Court, and Supreme People's Procuratorate.
All right, gentlemen, do stay with me here. The National People's Congress will further leverage its unique advantages in external exchanges to serve the overall national diplomatic agenda. The NPC says international external exchanges are an important part of China's overall diplomacy and the work of the NPC.
Over the past year, following Xi Jinping's thought on diplomacy, the NPC has expanded and deepened exchanges and cooperation with parliaments across the world, as well as multilateral parliamentary organizations. And we have made new progress. So far, the NPC has maintained interactions with the parliaments of 190 countries and set up 26 international exchange mechanisms and 143 bilateral friendship groups. And it is a member or observer of more than 20 multilateral parliamentary organizations, including the Inter-Parliamentary Union.
Professor, China has been strengthening law enforcement cooperation with other countries. I mean, different countries have their own way of working. How does that work? What could China learn from this cooperation? What have been some of the major accomplishments here?
As a professor of international law, I personally believe that China has achieved great achievements in the enhance of the cooperations of law enforcement with different countries. As you know that because of sovereignty, equality, I think it's quite difficult to, enforce transnational enforcement cooperations. So China nowadays, the country has used different ways to enhance international law enforcement mechanism. On the one hand, China has enhanced its cooperation with Interpol, the international organizations. On the other hand, China has signed a number of bilateral or multilateral conventions with foreign countries. For example, China has established a cooperative law enforcement mechanism with Myanmar, with Thailand, and Laos to fight against international crimes in the triangle areas. And a great achievements been made in this field. And last year, I believe that's more than 300 Chinese people who engaged in online scam and telecom fraud has been sent back to China by this kind of international law enforcement cooperation.
I mean, transnational crime really is a headache for every country because it involves other countries' cooperation, and that can be difficult to come by. Either China, Myanmar, and Thailand have reaffirmed their commitment to fighting transnational telecom fraud here. What are the challenges in this cooperation, and what will the joint efforts bring to the long-term security of these countries?
Okay, so let's identify part of the problem is the internet. The fact that you can, in the old days, if I wanted to rob you, I had to physically go to you or go to your home. Now, crime is taking place on the internet. You don't even see these people. So there has to be some sort of mechanism. The key here is to make it non-political. Once you have a political situation, then it becomes a referendum, and if there's any kind of disputes between the nations. So if you make these agreements where it's purely mechanical. You meet these thresholds, then this happens, and this happens, and that happens. You take it out of the political realm, then you can have true international cooperation on criminal matters. I was both on the prosecution and defense side of stuff, so I understand how this works. Even within the United States, bringing somebody from one state to another state can be a problem, and then internationally.
Yeah, Einar, my apologies for cutting you short. Let's turn back to the Great Hall of the People in Beijing. The 14th National People's Congress is now holding its second plenary meeting of this year's session. Standing Committee Chairman Zhao Leji will deliver the work report of China's national legislature, and NPC deputies will hear that report. Are entering the venue and get ready to hear that report from NPC Standing Committee Chairman Zhao Leji. The Standing Committee is the permanent body of the National People's Congress. It's composed of a chairperson, several vice chairpersons, the Secretary General, and other members. They're all elected by the NPC from its deputies. The committee is responsible to the NPC and reports to it on its work. And when the NPC is not in session, the Standing Committee exercises the power of the legislature. And now we're moments away from that report by Standing Committee Chairman Zhao Leji. Let's watch together.
Fellow deputies, today is International Women's Day. In the name of the Presidium of MPC, let us extend festival greetings and best wishes to all women deputies, members, and staff, to women of all ethnic groups, and also women in Hong Kong SAR and Macau SAR, and also in Taiwan, as well as women of the overseas Chinese, and to women of all countries in the world. Deputies, today's plenary meeting is supposed to be attended by 2,929, with 2,869 present, 60 absent. The attendance met the quorum. Let's start. There are 3 items on today's agenda. We shall now proceed to the first item, which is the review of the work report of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress. Please allow me to invite Chairman of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, Comrade Zhao Leji, to deliver the report. Fellow deputies, on behalf of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, I now present this report on its work for your deliberation. The year in review. The year 2024 marked the 75th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. The CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core
brought together the Chinese people of all ethnic groups and led them in overcoming difficulties and forging ahead with fortitude. Therefore, we ensured that the progress while maintaining stability, made solid progress in high-quality development, further deepened the reform and opening up, and made solid efforts in guaranteeing people's well-being and also maintain stability in social law and order, thus making new and solid progress in Chinese modernization. With 75 years of unremitting efforts, China has experienced tremendous changes. And the national rejuvenation has entered an irreversible historical stage, fully demonstrating the obvious advantages of the leadership of CPC and our socialist institutes. The year 2024 also commemorates the 70th anniversary of the NPC. At the meeting, General Secretary Xi Jinping made an important speech highlighting the glorious history, unique strengths, the practical experience, and requirements of the People's Congress system, providing a fundamental base for upholding, improving, and running the People's Congress system to good effect. The experience of 70s practice tells us that the People's Congress system is in line with our country's condition and reality, reflect our country's nature, and is also a good system letting the people run the country. And that is also a good system that could pull the strengths of the people of all sectors and to advance the Chinese modernization. That also show that the strong vitality and strengths with 70 years practice also encourage us to be more confident in the past theory, system, and culture, and also remain firmly committed to the socialist political advancement with Chinese characteristics, and to further leverage the political strengths of the People's Congresses in order to provide a solid institutional guarantee to realize the fighting goal for the party and the people in the new era, in the new journey. In the past year, under the strong leadership of the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, the Standing Committee taken guidance on the Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era and fully implemented the 20th National Party Congress and its second and third plenary session of the CPT Central Committee, and also study and implemented Xi Jinping's thought on the rule of law and its key ideas on upholding and improving the People's Congress system. We also upheld the unity between the leadership by the party, the running of the country by the people, and the law-based governance, and advanced whole process people's democracy, and performed its functions in accordance with the law. Therefore, we made new progress and results in our work. First, strengthened implementation of the Constitution, oversight of constitutional compliance, safeguarded the authority and sanctity of the Constitution. We always stick to the core position of the Constitution and also incorporate implementation of the Constitution, and also play and stick to its provisions, principles, and the spirit of the Constitution. We also improved the oversight of the Constitution compliance, and also to bring that into our day-to-day aspect of work. We also make sure that all the work that is also law-based, procedure-based, and standardized. We revised twice that the draft version on the law of deputies, which is also submitted to this session for further deliberation and approval. And also at the 75th anniversary of the establishment of the People's establishment of the China, we also to approve the granting of the models and also honorary titles. And we also to further improve that constitutional review and the normative document recording and review. And we also made a solid work according to the law and the constitution, make sure that the suggestions and documents received that will go through the procedures. We reviewed all 2,146 normative documents submitted for recording, and we also examined 5,682 suggestions for review made by citizens and organizations, and also provided feedbacks. And we also asked the relevant formulating bodies to revise or rescind 1,040 normative documents. We also further improved the public outreach and education regarding the Constitution. We also practiced General Secretary Xi's important speech on the Constitution and also organized a seminar on the 11th National Constitution Day, and also to strengthen our efforts in the Constitution education in the special administrative region, and also organize ceremonies for officials to pledge allegiance. We also exercise our constitutional power of appointment and removals. We also made the appointments and removals of the key officials for the government and the country. Second, improving the quality of legislation and also to better design the socialist legal system with Chinese characteristics. We paid special attention to the legislations in the emerging areas, the legislation in areas involving foreign affairs, and also make sure that the legislative work is done in a scientific and democratic way, and also to follow the law, and also to provide a high-quality guarantee and service. Over the year, we deliberated on 39 items of the legislation, adopted 24 of them, which include the 6 new laws and 14 revised laws, and 4 decisions on legal issues and major matters. We strengthened legislation concerning the economy. We formulated the law on rural collective economic organizations to consolidate and improve the basic rural operation system and develop new rural collective economies to benefit the local people. We also to implement the principle of legality of taxation, revised the draft law on the value-added tax and tariffs, as well as to crack down the key issues on the fake statistics and the financial fraud. We also formulated the statistics law and accounting law, and we also revised the anti-monetary laundering in order to protect the security of the country. We also to strengthen the legislation to improve the people's well-being in response to public concerns regarding the inadequate resources and access, as well as quality in public interest pre-K education. We also to revise the laws on the preschool, public interested preschool legislation, and also the issues with the academic degree administrative system. We also draw the laws on protect the cultural heritage. We also revise that the technology outreach law, and also to let the technology pursue as the key prevailing norm and fashion, and we also to guarantee the public health legal system, and we also advance the legislation in the resource and the environmental protection area. We formulated the resources law to promote the high-quality development of the resources, and also to revise the minerals laws and make sure that we protect the security of the minerals and let them to be used in the rational way. And we also
improve the national security laws and systems. We modified the National Defense Educational Act to pave the way for the popularization and strengthening of national defense education, patriotism, and national defense development. We have modified the law of PRC on emergency responses so as to protect people's life and property. Support and further deepen reform. We have studied and implemented the measures of the third plenary session of the 20th CPC Central Committee so as to ensure that those major reform measures could be implemented with legal basis. And we execute the CPC Central Committee's decisions and policies so as to make a decision about progressively prolong the mandatory age for retirement. Give play to the NPC's work in legislation. We carefully identify the programs, take the lead in drafting, organizing, and coordinating, and reviewing the different stages of legislation. Under the leadership of CPC Central Committee, we have joined forces in legislation. We center on the quality of legislation. We adhere to the objective and legislative rules to aggressively strengthen legislation work in a systemic, cooperative, and timely fashion. We adhere to the democratic legislation and open-door legislation so that this entire process of legislation could be more publicized. And third, exercise our authority to supervise legally, to give play to the important role of NPC in supervising the party and the national supervisory system. The Standing Committee comprehensively harnessed the prescribed supervisory method to ensure that our supervision is correct, effective, and according to the law. Over the year, we have reviewed 21 reports of the government's supervisory commissions, the People's Court and People's Procuratorate. We have reviewed the implementation of 5 laws and organized 2 thematic inquiries, conducted 9 thematic investigations, and formulated 2 decisions. Assist high-quality development. We have reviewed the State Council's report on the financial work conditions as to comprehensively strengthening financial regulation and continuously improving the financial capacity to serve the real economy. We have proposed suggestions. We checked on the implementation of enterprises state-owned assets law and listened to the report of the private sector development so that the different economic entities under all forms of ownership could complement each other and enjoy common development. We implemented the one package of incremental policy by the CPC Central Committee and approved the State Council's motion on the replacement of the existent implicit debt with local government debt quota increase. We also reviewed the State Council's report on building the world-class universities and advantageous disciplines with Chinese characteristics. We strengthen the planning and execution process, and the budget and financial statements were reviewed and supervised. We listened to and reviewed the State Council's report on planning, execution, budgetary execution, central financial statement, the fiscal disaster prevention and reduction. And we approved the 2023 central financial statement and proposed certain suggestions as to strengthening the budgetary execution, performance management, implementing proactive fiscal policy, expanding domestic demand, and others. We reviewed the State Council's auditing work report and the report of the ratification was reviewed so as to improve the long-term mechanism of auditing rectification and to strictly enforce fiscal discipline. Strengthen supervision of the state assets management and the government debt management. We reviewed the comprehensive report of the state asset management and reviewed the State Council's special report on the administrative state asset management. We set up the management reporting system, and for the first time, we reviewed the relevant State Council report and improve people's livelihood. We reviewed the elderly care system report, and we encourage the solving of the problems concerning the elderly and the children. We checked the implementation of social insurance law, the law on intangible cultural heritage preservation, and facilitate ecological and environmental protection, and pursue village revitalization. We reviewed the State Council's report on the completion of the 2023 environmental protection and to conduct the battle against pollution to pursue green and low-carbon development. Check the Yellow River Preservation implementation condition and conduct thematic inquiries, and legally promote ecological protection of the Yellow River area and pursue high-quality development. Review the implementation of the agricultural law and listen to and deliberate on the report of the arable land protection work so as to lay a solid foundation for ecological protection and to spur the steady income increase of the farmers. Enhance supervision and judicial work supervision. Review the National Commission of Supervision's report on rectifying the bad practices of the masses and the corruption problem. And we reviewed the Supreme People's Court's report on its administrative jurisdiction, and we reviewed the report by the Supreme People's Procuratorate on its procuratorial work. And fourth, improve the work of the deputies to support their legal exercise of duties. We support and ensure that the deputies could faithfully represent the interests and will of the people and participate in the exercising of national power according to the law, to truly become the bridge between the party, the country, and the people. The deputies perform their duties according to the law and never fail the people's expectation, contributing to the high-quality work of the NPC. Improve the quality of deputies' motions and suggestions. We improve the entire process work mechanism of the motions submission, handling, supervision, and feedback, so that the contents of the suggestions and motions could be high quality, and the entire handling process adheres to the principle of high quality. 298 suggestions during the second meeting of the 14th NPC, as well as the 19 legislative programs have been approved and handled. The certain deputies have already received the responses.
We strengthen the communication and the contacts of the 8 deputies, and we implement the communication system with the deputies and also the standing committees, and we also to implement the deputies with specialties and also give full play to their strengths and also strengthen their participation in the work of the standing committee. We also sent the 275 invitations to the deputies in a non-voting rights and also participate and organize the A5, that the symposium with them. And we also to contact closely with the people, and we also organize in order to organize the activities of the deputies in order to form the closer tie between the deputies and the people. And we would like to also bring the people's feedback and the ideas reflected in the suggestions and proposals made deputies. We will also further improve the service guarantee capability, and we also to promote the training system for the deputies and like them to be guided by the policies and political ideas, and also to deepen the breadth and depth of studies. And we also further upgrade the telecommunication technology involved in the deputies' work, and also to regulate the deputies' behavior online. And we also did a good job on the exam, the credentials of the deputies, and we also to pass the by-elections of 3 deputies, and right now we have 2,929 deputies for the 14th NPC. Fifth, we also actively carried out the proactive international communications and to serve the countries the foreign policies, and we to also to perform our policies of NPCs and also conduct the international exchanges at different levels. And the Council of the chairpersons led the delegations to visit 32 countries, participated in 249 activities at home and abroad, and actively carry out the special committees, the friendship groups, and also the deputies, as well as the communication between the deputy parliament members and from the legislative bodies to address the country, advance the country's development. We also participate in the country's bilateral development, and we participate in the 40th meetings of the Parliamentary Union, or IPU. We also participate in the 6 developing countries workshop. We also send delegations to the multilateral events, including the BRICS Forum, the meetings of the IPU, G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, and the Asia Pacific Parliamentary Forum. We also actively speak about the policies, and also we actively practice and explain that the Xi Jinping thought on the foreign affairs, and also to promote the idea of the human community with a shared future, and the 3 global initiatives, and also China's Belt and Road Initiative, as well as Chinese modernization, and also the One Country, Two Systems, showcase that the results gained in the 75th journeys of New China, as well as the whole process People's Democracy, to show the strength of the People's Congresses. And we also carry out 6 foreign-related summits covering the Asia, the Africa, and the Latin America places, and also the Pacific Island countries. I let them to really pay a visit to the field and to learn the lovely China. 6, we intensify the self-improvement efforts, and in line with requirement to uphold the fourfold role. We also strengthened the ideas in the organization way of conduct and discipline, and also to cultivate a clean way of conduct and also a good political environment to make things done. We improved our work in political ideas. We implemented and studied the Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era, and also to carry out and plan our work and to support the country and parties, the overarching strategies, and also to study and also participate in the meetings to practice the Xi Jinping thought on the upholding and improving the People's Congresses, and also to study and read a book in this regard. We continue to improve our way of conduct. We strictly comply with the Central Party leadership's 8-point decision on improving work conduct, and also to strictly regulate the work and meeting disciplines, and also to emphasize that the work of the study and also the survey should fully reflect people's will and also people's wisdom. And we also improve our work in the media and public communication and theoretical research. We also organize and improve that the special committees and the working commissions and committees, and also work and also keep synergy with the local people's congresses. And the results we gain should give the credit to the strong leadership of the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core. They are the results of the diligent and hard work of the NPC deputies, members of the NPC Standing Committees, special committees, and employees of NPC bodies. And they are the results of a close collaboration and cooperation from the State Council, the National Commission on the Supervision and the Supreme People's Court, the Supreme People's Procuratorate, and the local people's congresses at the O level and their standing committees. And they are the result of the full trust and the strong support of the Chinese people of all ethnic groups. On behalf of the NPC Standing Committee, I would like to express our sincere gratitude. We are also keenly aware that there are a number of gaps and shortcomings in our work. We need to further improve the quality of legislative work, and also we should also step up our work in the emergency areas, and also fill in the short links in the foreign-related legislation. And we should also further improve the implementation of the laws. And we should also to make new strides in our work, and also to further improve our capabilities in serving deputies. And also the team should also further strengthen their political thinking, their theoretical level, as well as their working capabilities. And for the standing committees, readily place ourselves under the oversight of the people and continue to improve our work by listening to these suggestions.
Our work in the next year. 2025 is the closing year of the 14th Five-Year Plan, and the Standing Committee, under the strong leadership of CPC Central Committee with the Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, will continue to be guided by Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era, and comprehensively implement the guiding principles of the 20th National Congress, the second and the third plenary sessions of the 20th CPC Central Committee. And we will continue to fully understand the decisive role of Xi Jinping's core position on the Party Central Committee and in the party as a whole, and the guiding role of Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristic. And we will deeply execute Xi Jinping's thought on the rule of law and his guiding principles concerning improving the People's Congress system and adhere to party's leadership, people's as the master of the nation, and the national governance with the rule of law. First, we will perform our duties according to the Constitution, and we will ensure that the system of constitutional implementation could be implemented. We will set up the reporting mechanism for the constitutional implementation to improve the quality of the constitutional review and filing capacity. Second, promote the legislation work with high quality. We will prearrange the review of 34 legal cases, and we will formulate the National Unity Promotion Law. We will formulate the Private Sector Economic Promotion Law and modify some laws, for example, the Villager Committee's Management Law, and we will continue to compile the ecological and environmental codes and initiate the legal cleaning work. Third, perform the supervision responsibility by centering on the big picture. We will execute the newly modified supervision law and focus on the aspiration and desires and wills of the public according to the decisions of the CPC Central Committee. We will be problem-oriented and results-oriented and pre-arrange 37 projects for supervision. Fourth, give full play to the role of the NPC deputies. We will implement the modified deputy law and implement a working mechanism to gather the public opinion and the wisdom of the public. We will also conduct a county-level and village-level deputy general election investigation. Fifth, enhance our external relations. We will coordinate the different levels of external exchanges and carry out the training session for the developing nations' parliamentary members. Sixth, take solid measures to promote the development of the four organs to improve the quality of the NPC work. Fellow deputies, let's more closely unite and rally around the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, remain true to our original mission, and consolidate our confidence while forging ahead. We will carefully implement the responsibilities bestowed by the Constitution and the laws. In this new era, we will embark on this new journey by conforming to, improving, and executing the system of People's Congress, making unremitting efforts to Chinese modernization so that we could build a strong power and strive for national rejuvenation.
And that was the NPC's work report delivered by Standing Committee Chairman Zhao Leji, outlining the NPC's major achievements in 2024. He specifically outlined what the NPC did in terms of improving the whole process, people's democracy, carrying out democratic legislation, making the entire process more transparent and readily public. The NPC lawfully exercised oversight functions and also enhanced international communication as well as foreign outreach. Let's talk to my guests here in the studio, Professor Huo and Arnold Tengen. Professor, in terms of legislation in 2024, was there anything that specifically stood out for you about new laws made, old laws improved?
Last year, the NPC and the Standing Committee has adopted 6 new laws and revised 16 laws. And some of this law, I think, I feel it's changed and its implementations. For example, in last year, the Standing Committee of NPC has enacted tariff law and also the law on the academic degree. This law has a close relationship to my profession. And last year, the Standing Committee of NPC revised the organization law of the State Council and also the law on the protection of cultural relics. As you know, that recent years, I personally participate in recovering the Chinese cultural treasures lost abroad. So I think that revision of the law of the PRC on the protection of cultural relics is a very important step to strengthen China's capacity to recover the lost cultural property lost abroad. So I have a lot of expectations on the future achievements made in these fields.
Ida, when we talk about improving whole process, people's democracy, how do our foreign viewers understand this?
Oh, well, they probably don't, because it's very difficult. A one-party system. So they say, well, it can't be democratic because it's one party. But democracy is about the will of the people, all right? And people talk about, say, well, why is it democracy? Because it can remove a government. But in China, democracy is about changing, all right, the government to be responsive to the people. And it all depends on the legitimacy of the Communist Party, all right, their ability to continue to listen the ability of the delegates to review. You heard one of the, very large, long laundry list of everything that they have done, all right? For a lot of people to say, well, why were we listening to it? Because it's important that they cover every aspect of what their duties are. That's where it comes. And this other issue about, well, they only meet for a week, so how useful are they, right? This is going to be a question. There's a small group that actually takes it. But I will remind people of something that was said earlier, that government is about 10% about ideas, and then 90% about execution. And what China does is it gathers its ideas and it measures what it's done by a large group. But when it comes to implementing the will, the laws, the things that you talked about, you need a smaller group who is responsible. But then on a yearly basis, the NPC comes around and they're called to account. If for any reason they miss an item that they were supposed to review, all right, or they weren't responsive, that is taken note. That is a failure. So that is why you hear this long, long list, is because they're saying, we are working according to the rules. This might be a smaller body that's going through this. There's larger participation. But in the end, democracy in China depends on this cycle of ideas, of implementation, and then measuring whether or not what was intended was achieved.
All right, gentlemen, stay with me here on our program. Well, delivering the work report of the National People's Congress Standing Committee, Chairman Zhao Leji said the People's Congress system is a sound system that suits China's national conditions and realities.
70年实践告诉我们
The experience of 70s practice tell us that the People's Congress system is in line with our country's condition and reality, reflect our country's nature, and is also a good system letting the people run the country. And that is also a good system that could pull the strengths of the people of all sectors and to advance the Chinese modernization. That also show that the strong vitality and strengths.
Professor Hu, I do want to follow up on what Einar said just now and state on the word democratic, because Chairman Zhao Leji just now specifically said that the process of democratic legislation was ensured in the work last year. Democratic legislation, meaning that the entire process of legislating was democratic, it was transparent, it was readily available for the public to oversee. Help us understand what democratic legislation means, how democracy is exercised in the making of new laws or revising old ones.
The legislative process of China reflects this kind of all-process democracy. First of all, you know that every year when the agendas of the NPC and Standing Committee is put on the agenda, and when the draft of law has been adopted, it will be posted online, and the peoples can put forward their suggestions to the Standing Committee of NPC to, clarify their understanding or their comments or suggestions on the draft law. And in recent years, the Standing Committee of NPC has established a lot of legislative liaison office at the grassroots level. Even in my university, there is such kind of liaison office in my university. So law professors, when we have any opinions or comments or suggestions to the Standing Committee of NPC, we may submit our proposals via this kind of liaison office at the grassroots level. So I think that the whole process will reflect the opinions from the Chinese people and the Chinese legal professionals. And I think this also reflects the whole process democracy in legislative work.
How do you think, Einar, this democratic legislation process reflect, the broader opinions of people?
Well, there's a part where it wasn't discussed, and that is when there's a new proposed draft law, it goes through a series of hearings, including public hearings around the country at all levels. and the information is gathered from that, and then there is a process of harmonizing, making sure that they understand exactly what they intended. People will say, well, if you pass that law, it's in conflict with this other law. And this is the kind of feedback that goes in. So this idea that somebody just, like in the United States, they get an idea, let's pass a law. No, doesn't happen. Cannot happen in China. The law has to be proposed. It literally has to go from the top down to the bottom. Wherever it started, it has to go up, it has to go down, and then back up again. There has to be a series of hearings. It has to be read twice. This is not a process where it's just, people sitting around going, whatever you say, I will pass. Very, very carefully thought out and harmonized. In the United States, we don't have anything. We have a congressional office that is responsible for helping legislators write laws, but there's so many laws on the books that are contradictory or old, out of date, etc. And a good example of that, it's dangerous. Donald Trump is relying on laws that were passed before the WTO, 1960s or whenever. Why? All right, because you can pull them out and then use them selectively. They should have been harmonized. They should have gone away when the new reality came, but no one had the political will to do that. So, when you're talking about democracy, it really is, does it work and reflect the needs of the people? And quite frankly, they do. But on another note, I was quite surprised. There was no call to take over another area of land. They didn't say we should be taxing U.S. ships that come to our, if there were any, coming to our borders. Very strong contrast. This may seem like no drama, not terribly interesting, very step by step. But guess what? I think a lot of people in the world would prefer that to the kind of drama that you're seeing on a daily basis coming out of Washington. Is that democracy, to put on a show, to raise prices when you say that you're going to help the country? I mean, this is more about fulfilling the needs of the people than most of the democracies in the world are actually achieving.
What a contrast. Gentlemen, stay with me here. And also, Chairman Zhao Leji talks about China's diplomatic exchanges in 2024. Let's take a listen.
We also actively carried out the proactive international communications to serve the country's the foreign policies, and we also to perform our policies of NPCs and also conduct the international exchanges at different levels.
I don't think a lot of people know this, but China's National People's Congress actively carrying out international communication in foreign outreach. Why is that important for NPC to maintain a high level of international exchange?
The NPC is a state organ of China, and according to Chinese constitutional law, it has a major part. It has a lot of functions, which includes the legislative function, the decision-making function, and the legislative supervision function. So I think that the international exchange between the NPC and the parliaments in other countries is also a very important part of China's international exchange. And these, on the one hand, will enhance the exchanges between the different parliaments. On the other hand, it will make the international community know more about what is China's National People's Congress, how it works. It will benefits, the understanding between the different countries and different people.
Will it also affect how China legislates?
Of course, we are living in a globalized world. As Tinkin says that China has a unique system of this kind of people's Congress system. And, nowadays Chinese economy is part of the world. So Chinese legislation affects not only China itself, but the international community. So I think that such exchange will also help the Chinese legislature to know the interest and the voices of other countries. Last year, China has adopted, let's say, the tariff law. And this is, I is a foreign-related law. And I think that before this kind of legislation, the Chinese legislature should not only understand what the law should do in this field domestically, but also should know the international community. As you know, that now Donald Trump's government is pushing the tariff war and the trade war. So I think in the globalized world, such international communication is very, very important for the NPC to better exercise its function.
Okay, and I would summarize this. A fool thinks he knows everything. A wise man questions and wants to learn. And quite frankly, the function is to learn from other systems and to understand them. You cannot deal globally with other countries unless you respect them. Contrast this with the US. You don't hear, they go on inspection tours, but it's basically to try to tell you what you should be doing. They don't want to really learn about how you operate. So I think it's a very, very sharp break between countries that believe that they should tell you what to do versus countries who say, look, I want to learn what you do.
Honor Professor Huo, thank you. The report from Chairman Zhao Leji shows China's continuous support for its economic development through legislation. Ahead of this year's two sessions, China's central bank and 4 key financial regulators pledged a strong support for the private sector. In a recent statement, the People's Bank of China emphasized boosting credit access for private, small, and micro enterprises while expanding financing channels like equity, bonds, and loans. It also highlighted plans to maintain a moderately loose monetary policy and guide financial institutions in increasing private sector support. The PBOC assured private firms of continued low financing costs and a favorable monetary environment while calling for better coordination to address long-standing challenges. China is working on legislation to support the country's private sector. Our Hona has more.
Welcome to Legal Talk. Recently, a symposium has garnered global attention, with President Xi Jinping delivering a keynote speech to the heads of China's leading private enterprises. This addresses China's firm commitment to promoting the healthy and high-quality development of the private sector, further boosting global investors' confidence in China's economic outlook. China's private sector, with its considerable scale, is a testament to the resilience and potential of the Chinese economy. By the end of September 2024, private enterprises made up 92.3% of all registered businesses in China. Chinese lawmakers are currently reviewing a draft of the country's first law focused on the development and protection of the private sector. The goal is to strengthen the private economy through legal framework in line with the ongoing reforms to optimize the business environment. The draft law was first submitted to lawmakers for initial reading in December 2024 and subsequently shared with local people's congresses, central departments, universities, research institutions, and 54 local legislative offices for feedback. It highlights the implementation of a nationwide unified market access negative list system, ensuring that outside of the specified areas on the negative list, all economic organizations, including private entities, will have equal access in accordance with the law. The draft also specifies that bidding and government procurement should not restrict or exclude private enterprises. In light of the ongoing technological revolution and industrial transformation, which are driving emerging technologies, industries, and new business models, the draft law encourages private entities to actively participate in national scientific and technological projects. It also advocates empowering capable private enterprises to lead major technological advancement. The draft was fully published on the Chinese National People's Congress website to gather public opinion from December the 25th, 2024 to January 23rd, 2025. During the period, 574 comments and 30 letters from 249 members of the public, along with 87 suggestions from 22 NPC deputies were received. Lawmakers will continue refining the draft as China is committed to providing stronger legal support for the resilience of its private economy.
Let's continue our conversations here in the studio with my guests, Professor Huo and Einar Tangen. Professor, Chairman Zhao Leji specifically mentioned last year's work in terms of legislation to support China's economy. Now, during the two sessions this year, a lot of attention on what that means for the private sector, how we aim for the protection of the healthy development of the private enterprises through legislation. What are your expectations for this year?
As we discussed just now, a private economy is very important to Chinese economy. Let's say the deputy of Li Xiaopeng, he is a CEO and founder of a private enterprise. And in recent years, DeepSeek, as you know, that we are talking about DeepSeek now, not only in China, but in Wall Street. And it is also developed by a Chinese private company. So you can see that the private economy is very important to China. And nowadays, China is pushing a rule of law country. Rule of law means that it creates an equal legal environment for all enterprises, regardless of its ownership. So now the NPC is legislating a very important law, that is the law on the promotion of private enterprises. And the journalists say just now, this law has been, receive a lot of suggestions, comments from the public and also from the NPC deputies. So I think that the Standing Committee of NPC fully realized the importance to create a legal environment that protects the interests of the private entrepreneurs and also the development of Chinese private economy. And I hope that in the coming year, in the year of 2025, the Chinese first law on the protection and promotion of Chinese private enterprise will be adopted as soon as possible.
In addition to providing a level playing field for private enterprises, with their state-owned counterparts, what more do we expect from the legislative point in terms of promoting the private sector?
Well, it all comes down to financing. I mean, in China, lending at the bank level is based on assets. So if you show up with the best idea in the world, but you don't have anything to pledge, the bank is just going to say, no, we don't know how to lend to you. And what China has done is they've tried many, many times to try to figure out a way around this. They said, look, we have policies, you should be talking to them. But if you don't know how to lend on a business plan, all right, it's not something that's just going to come to you during the night. So what they've done is they've invited international institutions who are used to doing this, and they say we're opening it up. All right, and these are entities that do know how to lend based on a business plan, and the hope is that Chinese workers will learn from this, that these kinds of models can be adopted, and that this can be part of it. Now remember, the switch is not on or off. I mean, that is something that is unique to countries who think they know everything. In China, it's just a balance. How do you balance state-owned enterprises and the vitality of small, medium-sized business entities? These are a potent force, not only within China, but as we discussed, around the world. So it always comes down to how you make sure people aren't gaming the system. And that is the real issue. When they talk about the real economy, they don't want people who are pretending to do something, getting money or getting contracts to do that. They have to figure out how to best bring this about, and it's not one solution. What you tend to do is you pass something, and then you see how it's working, and then you pass more legislation.
And our professor, we appreciate your insight and your analysis. Thank you so much for staying with me. That is all we have for this hour. Do stay with CGTN. We'll be back with more coverage of the Deputies Corridor from the Great Hall of the People. Bye for now.
on today's World Insight. China's homegrown world-class talents in the age of rapidly advancing artificial intelligence. Why it's a great time for digital learning, in the words of some of China's advanced students in the new top learning academy in the Chinese capital. Hear their own thoughts on the future of AI.
As China's Two Sessions, a top yearly political event, is underway, I am, as always, on coverage around the clock, from the Great Hall of the People to important meetings and briefings around the Chinese capital. I will gather the latest polls on the agenda and in-depth talks with key minds on economy, innovation, peace, and prosperity. Join me and be with China in transition. This is a new institution recently established in the Chinese capital. On its opening day for the new semester, I went to see class 2025. One could easily tell that these young researchers and students are eager to make a difference, taking artificial intelligence with interdisciplinary subjects.
I'm interested in deep reasoning large language model like DeepSeek R1. I think this technology can change our related industries.
What we needed to do is break the barrier between us and foster the cooperation between the academy, enterprises, and research institutes.
I hope to bridge the gap between research and real-world applications, turning theoretical advancement into real-world applications.
I want to apply the AI technology to fostering sustainability and help us fight climate change in order to foster our collective benefits.
AI can provide us with services, such as helping people with disabilities.
AI are good tools to transform our ideas into reality.
AI can help bridge the gap in educational inequality.
The institution is new in every sense. New building, new staff, new lectures, and new initiatives. Taking a walk along its corridor, I can get a sense of its ambition and vision. It is not just a single case. As a matter of fact, institutions like that of Zhongguancun Academy are at the forefront in China now, riding on the wave of artificial intelligence, which has become a big draw for the best resources, talents, and projects. As the world takes serious notice of the open source approach pioneered by China's LLM DeepSeek, it is also finding open and active discussions in China like this among young AI and interdisciplinary talents eager to solve society's real pain points through cutting-edge AI tools.
I'm currently a postdoc from the University of Cambridge. My research really focuses on how can we use AI for the general and public health. My interest recently focused on how can we utilize the popularity of mobile devices and the power of AI to make the AI more accessible and more scalable for the public.
My research topic is efficient AI, and I have to compress a deep learning model to a smaller one and accelerate it.
I personally come from an interdisciplinary background. I majored in biomedical engineering at Tsinghua for my bachelor, and then I went to the United States, and I majored in computer science in master's, and also neuroscience for my PhD. Hi, my research focused on applying the advanced AI technologies for healthy aging. And so I developed multimodal platforms and also mobile platforms that with multiple AI techniques and technology integration.
Good to see the three of you. Thank you so much for joining us. I understand that every one of you have a special field now to research on, but you yourself has been working on audio data. related to the respiratory system, and to make sure it can be integrated into the large language model that can serve with the purpose of eventually assessment of the patient's health condition. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Okay, so we all know like acoustation, like in the Chinese medicine as we know as Wen. So audio is a kind of very informative modality for the doctors to diagnose of respiratory health. So then my research really want to like actualize this reality of using machine learning and AI to understand the audio signals from our human body to like enable the early diagnostics, to the detection of some disease for humans.
That sounds so much like the Chinese medicine Wen Wen Qie, right? Exactly. The Wen, the second part, which is to hear. The sound gives a lot of information. So you are working, in fact, on more disease-related data collection. But Chen, on the other hand, you are working on a more general picture in terms of aging. So tell us more about exactly what you are doing in your research.
So we do mainly focus on the motor and cognitive functions of the aging group. So for healthy aging, it's not that mean that people live without any disease. It's impossible for the aging population. It's that we help them to maintain their functional capability to live an independent life. So the motor function actually and the cognitive function are the fundamental factors to living independently. So we do develop multimodal application or assessment tools. So we take the body as the organic system as a whole, and we examine their motor behaviors with the 5 motor tasks like this, and also their gross motor tasks like their walking behavior. And we examine their behaviors, and we also examine their interaction with the environment. We also need to focus on the humanity and the social aspect. You know, the community facilities will also affect their willingness in like social participation. That's also another important part for living healthily in the older age. And also some technological applications. You know, that everyone, I think especially in Beijing, we do a lot of research in the Beijing communities. I think everyone will have a mobile phone, especially for the people aged 80s, 90s. They all have smartphones, and they also like use TikTok or something. So how we can use this opportunity? I do say it's an opportunity, as also Tone did for the mobile health. It's a really a good opportunity to develop some products or applications just within their life without any other obstacles or barriers to help them to know more about themselves, to know more about their health status, and to know more about what are the healthy behaviors to help them.
Wow, sounds fascinating.
Thank
you. To you, Zhifan, you know, what you're talking about reminds me of the latest development with DeepSeek. For example, it's not about increasing the computational power alone. It's also about how to do things smartly to increase the efficiency. So when you are doing the compression and also related issues, I'm sure that's also something you are working on?
DeepSeek R1 and V3, this model is very, very large. For example, it has more than 6 billion parameters. If you run a 6 million parameters model, the speed is very, very slow. So if you want to use it in our daily life, it is very difficult. So, for example, we should use our very large server to store the weight and use a very powerful chip to run to compute. Its computation cost is very, very high.
Having said that, though, all of you are working on very specific issues. But at the same time, it's a comprehensive project, from data to interaction with society, to understand the key and the pain points, right? And to provide solutions, and to link the research with industries and related products, and the list goes on. So how do you see the comprehensive development of every layer of these tasks that you're working on?
I think cooperation is very important to research community. For example, if I want to compress the model, I have to collect some data from these areas. So I have to cooperate with scholars from these areas, and this data can help me to compress my model very wisely.
Now both of them are data rich, you know that, right?
Do you need to have a collaboration?
Right, but I don't know. Tong, do you want to share all the data with
No,
him?
no. Because
right.
like the data used for my research is like health-oriented, very sensitive.
So that's actually one of the interesting subjects, isn't it? Through this kind of cooperation, how data can, on the one hand, be protected, on the other hand, be better shared for the common benefits, right?
I think there should be some like regularization. I think the official regularization and legal-wise quite important. How the data can be collected and used and shared. All these things, ethical-wise and legally, and that's very important for this community to grow and like in a far way.
Yeah, I think we're now reaching a very important topic that's about the ethical governance. And I do conduct research
especially
on that.
Data.
Yeah, so we conduct such kind of research with the interdisciplinary team. So it's very important that we gather all of the stakeholders together, researchers or professors from the academia and entrepreneurs from the industry, and also political makers and the clinicians from the healthcare side. So we need to gather all of the stakeholders together to reach out like agreement or discuss controversies to help protect like the data problem, like the sensitivity and also the interpretability of the model, the transparency and the autonomy of the patients. Yeah, many of these ethical things. I think that's very important.
I've been hearing from scientists a lot that, you know, these politicians are really give them a big headache because there are enough questions for them, I mean for the scientists to resolve already. No one can function alone. Not even with the collective efforts, many of the questions can be resolved so far, not yet. But if there are so many different kind of strings tied to them and very hard to walk forward, and international cooperation is so crucial for every one of you. So I also wondered, how do you see these increased debates in geopolitics, politics, and governance? How is it making your life and work more sensitive to these subjects?
So we do cooperate with like research from the UK and the United States, and in terms of the sensitive subjects, unfortunately we cannot share anything about them. But as I just said before, we can discuss the research ideas and the research outcomes. And I think, as you mentioned, because the political situation, the environment, they're also changing rapidly, and we can also learn many of the experiences from the health system from the other countries, but we do have different healthcare systems. Yeah. So we will have domestic functions for the healthcare systems. Right. So there's on this side we don't have that many issues for the international collaboration.
I see. Recently there has been an accelerated development of technologies that is reflected in so many different LLMs and the increasing of efficiency of large language models. Recently, Grok 3 by XAI, and also the China's DeepSeek as well as ChatGTP increasing its level. So, not to mention many of the other interesting things happening. How do you digest all of these latest technologies? On the one hand, you have to work on your own field, but you have to really know what is going on because every latest development can have an impact on what you're doing.
Recently, I have tried a lot of things to keep catch with the newest technologies. But I think the most important and effective way is to use the AI itself. I chat with the large language model and ask it what is the newest technology today, and it will return a lot of papers here, and I will ask it again. What these papers is related to me, and it will talk with me, and I can get the information efficiently.
You know, this Zhongguancun Academy, I see even young in their, even very young, only a few months after the establishment of it, but already quite dynamic.
Yeah, I think here is a really good place for innovation, because people from different subjects, from different domains can work together. They are like some project oriented instead of like we have to have like publications or so they in this kind of like working environment, our like potential or our like big ideas can be carried on very well.
I agree with her because in my opinion, communicate with people from other areas is very important, and it can bring me a lot of new knowledge, and I can learn from such as from the medicine. I will learn from there is a new problem I can do, and I will work with her and do it together.
And what about for you, Tong? Sorry, Chen.
A very efficient organization, and to bring all of the senior people in the academia and industry, and also some junior researchers like us, and also younger like sisters. It's a very efficient organization, and we can learn from each other. And also, I think it expands people from different areas within the AI term. Like people do AI fundamentals and the large language models, technology, and also the application, and even application in the scientific discovery and in the healthcare, different areas. So I do think it's a very good platform for all of the people in this community to unite and to share ideas and to prompt innovations.
So thank you so much for joining us. All the best to your research. I hope to see you soon in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you.
These young researchers ponder night and day how AI could work as an effective tool for their latest interdisciplinary research and applications. Well, it makes perfect sense, doesn't it? China is well known for its deep, comprehensive supply chains and a strong sense of pragmatism through decades of reform and opening up to the outside world. Besides, there is a growing sharp focus on the basic sciences to lay the solid foundations for new directions of innovation. One of those examples is the Yao Mathematical Sciences Center at the world-renowned Tsinghua University, established by Professor Qingtang Yao, the first Fields Award winner with Chinese origin, who is also a widely respected physicist. The center has attracted the world's top scholars, while also serving as a cohort of talented young mathematicians and physicists. These words are not just in its webpage introductions, but carried out in its daily operations. I visited Professor Yao in his office. He told me he is busy now working on an important mathematics problem that might open new horizons eventually in other fields, such as artificial intelligence. He's confident there is an increasingly impressive pool of mathematics talents in China that have yet to blossom and shine.
So far, most established Chinese mathematicians were educated in America or in Europe. So what happens is that they were trained here for high school and undergraduate, but they learn whatever they do in the research largely in American universities or European universities. So this is not completely homegrown. What we are looking for are trained in China and also do their research in China for the first piece of their research accomplished in China. Then we can say that we can compare. Otherwise, we are still learning from America. So I think we have the means to do it now because we formed this children's college, which now has about 700 students, and By the mature level, we would have 1,200 students. I would say the largest group of student bodies in mathematics alone. And some of them has already accomplished on writing good papers, and now they are PhD candidates. So in a few more years, I would say quite a few of them will be achieving their PhD thesis written and trained by our people in China.
Do you see the role of artificial intelligence from now until 2030, just as an example?
It helps mathematics development,
yes,
but it's far, far away from replacing mathematics. The real important development in mathematics are conceptual outbreak that changes the whole subject. I don't believe AI can do it, certainly not at this moment. I used to say from classical mechanics going into quantum mechanics is not something AI can imagine to do, because this involves a huge amount of conceptual breakthrough that many fundamental questions need to be sorted out by human brain.
But Professor Yao, if I could, to also brief you about some latest development in the field of physics, for example. Earlier there was the belief that AI might now be able to understand the basic principles of physics unless being fed with relevant information and knowledge. And recently, though, there is one study published by Meta AI expert Yang LeQuan talking about how artificial intelligence can develop basic physics understanding through watching videos alone. So, of course, this is only one of those many studies going on, and it is yet to be proven. There could also be a lot of loopholes in any conclusion. But do you see the possibility that what you just said can be challenged in the near future by artificial intelligence?
Not in the near future. There are many fundamental questions that certainly need thinking much deeper. For example, at this moment, many physicists are thinking about how to unify gravity with quantum mechanics. This is a really 100-year-old problem. A lot of great mathematicians and great physicists are pondering about. I don't see how AI could help on this fundamental breakthrough to understand the unification. Einstein spent a lot of time to think about it. But AI could certainly, based on what we know already, develop further in the sense that we have limited amount of memory in our brain. There are many data we could not put together, but these are the old data that exists already. AI could try to learn from them. But many of these could be wrong concept also. AI may get into some wrong ideas. But in any case, they could only use some existing ideas, and they could not digest some new ideas, which may be inspired by new observation and new experiment and many different kinds of things that could be totally unexpected to human also.
As a result of that, do you see the education of mathematicians will need to be adjusted in order to better use the tool of AI for their goods, while at the same time to avoid some of the repeated quote-unquote mental labors as long as AI will be able to handle it?
We can use AI for something important, just like computer was started to be used in 1970s and 1980s. It has been very helpful, but they have not changed mathematics' own structure. It has been very useful, and I believe AI would be very useful for us. But on the other hand, large part of AI are just part of mathematics.
Right.
And we could do a lot of things to influence its development. AI is now depending a great deal on computation power. And I do not believe that is the right thing, because mathematics could simplify most of them, and this has not been done yet. And I actually personally was working on some of these problems which I hope to resolve some of these issues. So mathematics is still a key to improve AI.
The other thing is the geopolitical influence and impact on academics. For example, how much cooperation really can be there for basic scientists to work together. The other thing is with export control, for example, of some of the key components for resources of AI, such as that by the United States toward China. What does that mean for mathematicians and basic scientists like you to take great advantage of the latest tools, most advanced tools for your academic studies?
Well, I think it's too bad that many countries are putting a barrier for knowledge to be spread around, and they feel they can corner the market by doing that. But this does not happen in that way. First of all, most works are published in regular journal. People can read it, and you cannot hide it because people are proud of what they accomplished. They would like to see other people read it. So it's very difficult to control knowledge to be spread in any case. But to not allowing people to learn some subject actually eventually is counterproductive. For example, I was told that some universities in America do not allow students, Chinese students, to study AI. I think this is a stupid movement because research is a group effort, not just one or two people. It may be there's one big hero in this whole group, but still what he accomplished was based on a large group effort by several not so famous scientists together. If you cut them off, there's no hero anymore because he's just alone. And Americans forgot there are a large number of Chinese scientists who are making serious contribution to these brilliant ideas. And if you do not allow them to learn, they could not participate. They could not participate, then you lost out your important manpower, brilliant ideas coming from these Chinese researchers. And I think just Tsinghua alone, there's a large number of PhD in America who are contributing to AI in Silicon Valley.
Absolutely. If you look at OpenAI's team, Grok 3's team, and also here DeepSeek and many others, almost every one of those have the figures of Chinese or China, Chinese origin talents there.
But it's also true, of course, our Chinese teams also learn from American teams. It's a cooperation that makes both sides advance in knowledge. And to cut them off artificially is not good for both sides. And I also would like to see many of my friends from America and from China could benefit each other by working together.
Many of us in the age of AI need to make a basic choice between the open source ecosystem and the proprietary platform. That choice not only affects the countless business and technical decisions, but also how talents are being nurtured and inspired. I hope from our earlier visits to both the Zhongguancun Academy and the Yale Mathematical Sciences Center, we get clued in as to what inspired some of China's most impressive and leading academic institutions in the age of AI. Open, interdisciplinary, and eager to take on the most challenging subjects. We do look forward to more breakthroughs and milestones ahead.
Thanks so much for joining us and welcome back to our special coverage of China's two sessions. I'm Zhong Shi in Beijing. Soon, the Ministers' Corridor will open again in the Great Hall of the People. Ministers of Ecology and Environment, Water Resources and Agriculture, and Rural Affairs will meet the media. The corridor is for leaders of China's ministries to take questions on some of the most discussed topics in the country. Earlier this morning, the 14th National People's Congress, China's national legislature, held its second plenary meeting of this year's session. And Chairman of the Standing Committee, Zhao Leji, delivered a work report of the legislature. Heads of the Supreme People's Court and Supreme People's Procuratorate have also delivered work reports. And for the latest of the upcoming Ministers' Corridor, let's check in back again with CGTN reporter Zhou Jiaxing at the Great Hall of the People. Jiaxing, what can we expect from the Ministers' Corridor?
Yes, Zhong Shi, in minutes, the second group of the minister interview will take place here inside the Great Hall of the People in downtown Beijing. We know that previously on day one, when the 14th National People's Congress kicked off on Wednesday, several ministers take questions from media addressing the effort of the country's advancing transportation network, as well as the regulation of the e-commerce and how to better streamline the education efforts to make sure that the future talents could serve the country's development strategies. For example, they are addressing about the rising technologies like artificial intelligence and biotechnologies and also the new energies. And these are the emerging industries for the education department to think about how to make sure that the talents can serve these development. And of course, we know that the elite university here in China, the Tsinghua University, has announced that in the autumn festival, in the autumn semester this year, they will just scale up the enrollment at 150 more undergraduates, and that's the effort that the education institution is making effort. But of course, the AI or specifically the DeepSeek has dominated the discussions this year during the two sessions. Of course, because the disruptive rise has not only just shock the world's AI industry, but also because it's open source and low-cost strategies. And now it's creating thousands of opportunities for those schools, institutes, and of course the government organs to try to apply themselves and adjust themselves to the vertical integration. That's the chance for more emerging industries to thrive. Talking about today's ministers' interviews in just minutes, we are expecting ministers to address the agriculture efforts, the protection of water resources, and also the system protection of the ecological system, of course. During the government report delivery by Chinese Premier Li Qiang, the Chinese leaders stressed that the country will continue to improve the capacity of ensuring the stable production and, of course, the supply of the grain and other agriculture products. Of course, China has been the major agriculture exports, and the safety, also the food security, is also one of the top issues that the minister will talk about. And of course, regarding the ecological protection, China has demonstrated its commitment to balancing either both the ecological protection and the economic growth, while leveraging both the innovation technology and the governance reform. So ministers will just address these kind of issues, not just for the livelihood, but also for the sustainable development of the country, to try to make sure that either the ecosystem would be protected and also the economic growth could be secured. Back to you, Zhong Shi.
Jiaxing, we appreciate that update from you. CGTN reporter Zhou Jiaxing from inside the Great Hall of the People. Also at the Great Hall of the People this morning, President of the Supreme People's Court, Zhang Jun, delivered an annual work report. The report provides an overview of the court's operations over the past year and outlines its priorities for 2025. The report says in 2024, the Supreme People's Court concluded more than 32,000 cases, marking an increase of over 80% year-on-year. Local courts at various levels concluded over 45 million cases. 40,000 cases regarding telecommunication fraud have also been concluded over the past year. China has also enhanced judicial efforts in the fight against corruption. A total of 30,000 cases of duty-related crimes such as bribery and embezzlement were concluded by courts nationwide in 2024, up by about 22% from 2023. The report also says that this year, more emphasis will be placed for Chinese courts at various levels to fulfill their duties, facilitating Chinese modernization and improving the judicial mechanism. Also at the plenary meeting, Ying Yong, Prosecutor General of the Supreme People's Procuratorate, presented the organ's work report to national lawmakers for deliberation. The work report says over the past year, procuratorial organs across the country handled more than 4 million cases, 750,000 suspects were arrested, and 1.6 million people were prosecuted. In cooperation with the public security organs, the top procuratorate carried out regular campaigns against gang-related crimes and telecom fraud. Well, we wait for the Ministers' Corridor to begin, where heads of China's ministries will take questions from the media. Let's return to my guests here in the studio, Professor Huo and Einar Tangen. So compared to just the Deputies' Corridor, the Ministers' Corridor will see China's officials, ministry-level officials, address the public. What are your expectations on this form of direct communication between higher-level officials and members of the press and public?
I think it's a good opportunity and a window for the public, the mass media, to understand what these ministers, they are concerned, what is their emphasis of the job in the new year. So I think by answering the question raised by the journalist, the people, the public can know better what these ministries are working, what are the emphasis of their work in the new year. I hope that their answer will give more, make the Chinese work more transparent, and people can know more details about how the Chinese department work in the new year.
A little bit more clarity, maybe from their respective ministries, Einar?
Well, it's really about sincerity. These aren't spokespeople. All right, these are ministers who are in charge of the day-to-day work of implementing the policies that are approved by the NPC. So, I mean, it's really about their ability, as you said, to follow through, to indicate their direction, what is important in the work. Because, you hear the long lists of things that have to be done. And the question is, where are the priorities? And this is an opportunity for people to see the ministers in action, and hear what their priorities are.
So the three ministers that are about to take to the corridor are from the Ministries of Agriculture, Water Resources, and Environment. So their Q&A is likely to focus on natural resources. Professor Huo, how do you assess China's recent efforts in striking that balance between exploiting natural resources and protecting them?
In recent years, China is attaching more importance on the environmental protection, because this is the second largest economy. Our economy has developed so fast during the past 40 years. And since the year of 2012, after President Xi Jinping became the leader of the country, he insisted upon the importance of the protection of environment. And so nowadays, I find that the Chinese government has done a lot of efforts to protect the environment. I live in Beijing. I think more than 10 years ago, if these deputies gathered in the People's Hall in March, we will probably encounter smog. But nowadays, the air is very good. The sky is blue. This is also a reflection that the Chinese government now is trying to strike a balance between the economic development and environmental protection. And I believe that in the future, the Chinese government will doing more jobs to better balance this two aspects of the important work.
I mean, these tangible benefits, Einar, do not just come from high directives or an increased awareness. They also come from the goals China has put in place. If you're going to have to meet these goals, the peaking and the neutralization goals, you're going to have to increase these efforts?
Well, absolutely. But the most important thing is leading by example. It's not just domestically, but China domestically leading by example is, a message to the rest of the world that we can in fact do that if we implement policies, if we change them as necessary to get towards a goal. I mean, China has indicated by 2030, 5 years from now, that they're going to be at peak carbon emission, and then by 2060 that they will be neutral. I mean, these are big goals, and right now, we face a world where Donald Trump has withdrawn from the Paris Climate Accord, has said, drill, baby, drill. We don't care about the environment. It's a hoax, all of these types of things. And I think the majority of the world sees this as a very serious issue, but they're looking for leadership, and leadership isn't about talking, it's about action.
All right, gentlemen, do stay with me here. In a few moments, Minister of Ecology and Environment will meet the press at the Minister's Corridor. CGTN reporter Xia Ruixue went to Sanmengsha, central China's Henan province, to see how its wetlands along the Yellow River become a beautiful and safe haven for migratory birds in the winter.
Spring is approaching, which means it's time to bid farewell to the beautiful and graceful white swans in Sanmenxia, central China's Henan province. These migratory swans travel from Siberia and choose Sanmenxia as their wintering ground each year, arriving in mid-October and staying until March. Local residents are seizing the last opportunity to admire these majestic birds, capturing photos and cherishing the moment before they take flight.
We came all the way from Xi'an, specifically to see the swans.
They're so beautiful, especially when they fly in flocks. I even fed them. It was such a fun experience. Some of them landed on my hand. This year, the Sanmenxia wetlands have seen more than 13,000 migratory birds during the peak time. These included large numbers of rare species, like black-headed gulls. The city has seen an increase in the number of swans during the annual migration season every year. It has earned the name as the City of Swans.
The swans choose to come here because the environment is good. If the water quality and air weren't suitable, they wouldn't stay.
I've taken photos of the swans in Sanmenxia for 20 years. I noticed that the locals are now working together to protect the swans here.
Sanmenxia is located along the banks of the Yellow River, China's second longest river. The wetlands that swans now call home were heavily polluted in the 1990s. Over the past few decades, China has prioritized environmental protection and sustainable development. The ecological conservation of the Yellow River Basin has been among the nation's top priorities.
First, we conduct 24-hour patrols to monitor the area. If we notice any unusual situations or uncivilized human behavior, we intervene immediately.
To safeguard the swans, the local government has implemented measures to improve water quality and prevent disease. Meanwhile, the Yellow River Swan Lake Wetland Protection Center oversees both ecological conservation and tourism development, ensuring a safe and thriving habitat for these majestic birds.
The arrival of the swans in the Sanmenxia wetlands brings a dose of beauty to the winter season, while showcasing the Yellow River's successful efforts at ecological protection. These wetlands continue to thrive, offering a peaceful haven for both swans and visitors alike. Xia Ruixue, CGTN, Sanmenxia, Henan Province.
I mean, when it comes to protecting the ecology, there are many layers. First, to ensure the sustainable living of the human race. Second, knowing that the Earth is not just for the human race, and as the more intelligent species here, you make it livable and sustainable for other species as well. Professor Hua, do we have sufficient legislation in place to deter actions that damage ecological environment and also to encourage the protection of the ecology here in China?
During the past decade, China has improved its legislative system in the field of protection of environment. For example, China has enacted the first energy law last year, which is a milestone in the history of Chinese legislation in the field of protection environment and promote new energy. And China, by this kind of legislative guide and legislative work, and Chinese government has implemented a lot of policies to make China a global leader in promote new energy. Nowadays, the power, the electricity generation from the clean energy occupy about 40% of China's whole power generation. I think it's a remarkable progress. And as Chen can say that, a fight against the environmental challenges like global warming needs not only China but other countries. Nowadays, some countries, they put the interests of their own country first, ignoring the interests of the international community. In contrast, China is, doing a lot of jobs, including the legislative jobs, the administrative jobs, to improve its environmental protection and to accomplish its commitments to the international communities to realize the carbon neutrality before 2060. So I think that in the field of environmental protection and fight against the challenges like global warming, the legislation plays a very significant role.
Einar, your thoughts on this also?
Well, I mean, when you start looking at it, as you said, there are many layers to this. There's consumption and then there's waste. So China's done very simple things. They have a charge on plastic bags. If you go to the store, you want a plastic bag, they charge you 5 mu, about half of a yuan. They also have gone through this area. I mean, China was under threat because of pollution of soil and water. Now, you just saw in this program, they were talking about how they reclaimed it. If you mentioned Beijing 10 years ago. 10 years ago, every report in the world was international paper.
You've been living in Beijing for more than 20 years.
20 years. I saw that, yeah. But I mean, I saw the change. And the difference is that China moves at a much faster pace. I mean, if you go back to LA in the 70s, there was permanently smog. They used to talk about it. There was a real problem. But it took quite a few number of years in order to change it. China can do that in about one third to 1/2 the time. And that is a commitment by the government to do that. Now, the fact is we don't know everything about the relationships between 8 billion people and the Earth. So there's this, you have to be willing to learn. If you think you know it all, you're probably going to be wrong. But if you're willing to keep learning and keep changing and adjusting your policies to fit your goals, for instance, to be energy neutral or carbon neutral by 2060, that is essential. And you can see this in the evolving legislation that China passes.
Professor, when you look back on that change that you and I were talking about, that China was so quick to have to implement compared to Western countries, Einar mentioned political will and the government's commitment to doing that. What else that is unique to China made it possible to make these environmental and ecological changes so fast?
First of all, as you said just now, that because of the Chinese political system, and China adopts a principle of collective centralism, which means that once the policy has been made and the government has to implement it without any hindrance. So you can see that whenever the NPC is in session and make decisions to, and then you can see the government will implement these decisions efficiently. That is in contrast with some parliamentary country system in Western countries where you can find different arguments there, and that is an advantage of the Chinese political system. On the other hand, I think that nowadays more and more Chinese public, they also understand the importance of environmental protection. From my experience, more and more my friends now use the new energy vehicle, one of the most important reasons why they...
Professor, my apologies for cutting you short. We'll come back to our discussions later. But for now, let's go straight to the Great Hall of the People, where the Ministers' Corridor will take place any time now.
Good morning. The second Ministers' Corridor is about to begin. Today, we have invited 3 ministers to take your questions and to respond to the concerns of the society. They are Minister of Ecology and Environment Huang Renqiu, Minister of Water Resources Li Guoying, and Minister of Agriculture and Rural Affairs Han Jun. Now let's give the floor to the first minister, Minister Huang Renqiu. Now we open the floor to questions. Thank you from CMG. Minister Huang, over the years, we come to the consensus that the skies seem to be bluer and the water is clearer. We have a better environment day by day. So what was the achievement made about environment last year, and what's your take about such achievements? Thank you for the questions. During the 2 sessions, to smooth our communication with the other members and deputies, I took with me 2 devices for monitoring the environment in Beijing. It's just like the filter in our homes. Look at the left one. This one was developed 10 years ago in 2015. It absorbed too much PM 2.5. It's turning black. Beijing PM 2.5 was averaged at 80.6 micrograms per cubic meters, and 46 days around the year belong to heavily polluting days. And now let's look at the right filter. This belonged to last year. It is still white, and last year PM 2.5 was 30.5 micrograms, and there was only 1 heavily polluting day all year round. And also, from 80.6 to 30.5, it was about 62% down. And the filter has changed color from black to white. Beijing's skies turned blue on many occasions from APEC to today's 2 sessions. So blue skies seem to be the new normal now. I believe you must agree with me with similar experience. Of course, today it's a little bit gray outside. It's a reminder that we cannot stop the battle against pollution. What about the situation nationwide? Just like Beijing, over the past 1 decade, the ecology and environment nationwide has been fundamentally changed. Take last year as an example. As Premier Li Qiang stressed in his government work report, while he organized the achievements made last year, we must make progress steadily. And he mentioned that ecological quality has been significantly improved. And as to that improvement, there are certain features about it. The first feature is the national PM 2.5 concentration last year was down to 30 micrograms per cubic meter. It was accurately standing at 29.3. In addition to 2022, during the COVID-19 period, the averaged PM 2.5 was down to below 30 micrograms for the first time. That was outperforming the goals of PM 2.5 concentration made during the 14th five-year plan, with average decrease rate at about 16.3%. Another feature is the surface water quality has improved. We have exceeded 90% threshold to register at 94%.
Although it's only 1 percentage point higher year on year, we made that achievement at a very high threshold, so it's hard-won achievement. For 5 years consecutively, Yangtze River, and for 3 years consecutively, Yellow River's trunk streams have been incorporated into category number 2 water. And to name just a few, the reasons that we made such achievements, such as PM 2.5 going down from 80 to 30, or even below 30 right now, miracles spoke out. And it is thanks to the critical efforts made by us. Last year, our ministry readjusted the reporting rules of PM 2.5. Now, we have changed the reporting to be more precise to the first decimal point. And we hope to reflect the spirit that we hold up to and the achievements we made in different localities about such air pollution control. We have to be very precise about every 0.1 microgram decrease of PM 2.5. Secondly, ever since 14th five-year plan period, we have planned 19,000 ecological governance projects for pollutants reduction. We have made tremendous efforts. For example, in northern China, the clean heating renovation and bulk coal reform were very good examples. In iron and steel, the emission reform was carried out. 930 million tons have been reformed, including major reform. And for the nitrogen oxides, we have reduced by 15% during the 5 years period, outperforming the 10% decrease target, supporting ecological improvement. As to structural pollution reduction, over the years, with high-quality development campaign and our economic restructuring efforts, the heavily polluting or high coal emission industries have steadied their production. In some areas, we saw slight decrease. In the meantime, new quality productive forces are burgeoning. The renewable energy installed capacity exceeded 300 million to be at 372 million kilowatts, taking up 56% of the total. And the power generation exceeded 35% of the total. For NEVs, its sales in the market also exceeded 40% of the total. As is known to all, last year, we issued a new policy called 2 News and 2 Priorities to further support our efforts in environmental protection. And the third, about managing emissions. Last year, we carried out 29 monitoring campaigns. We helped to solve 80,000 issues. For example, emissions exceeding the standard, some illegal behaviors, and also for the automotive's governance, we helped to improve the tail gas control of 150 heavy-duty trucks. We solved many critical problems of ecology and environment. In the future, we'll continue to make efforts to ensure the beautiful China target could be hit. And with ecological improvement achievements, we could benefit more people in a fair fashion. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Huang from Shandong TV.
In the recent years, many places carry out the period of lucid waters are invaluable assets, and also received a result of high-quality development and in both the high-level protection and high-quality development. What do you view the relations in between, and what jobs have been carried out by the ministry? Thank you very much for your question. That's a very good one. High-quality development is the rule of the development in the new era, and how to deal with the relation between high-quality development and also protection. I believe that's the topic that we carried out for many times. I believe that's not if you exist, I don't exist. I believe that just select between them. I believe that should be a coexistent relations. Without green and low carbon development, high quality development could not be a reality. And we could see that the GDP doubled in the past period of years, but you could see that our environment has been improving over the times, and we have also seen some major progress made in certain areas. I believe that also the results showed that we struck a good balance between these two factors. And also in the ecological environment meetings, President Xi mentioned that the first job is we need to deal with the relations between high-quality development and a high-level protection. So we should also think about how we could cultivate drivers given or driven by the high-quality development to promote high-level protection. And we have done the four following jobs. First, we also to do the functioning plans. We know China enjoys a vast land for different places. They embrace the different resources, and they also have different positions in terms of the ecological development. So we need to really take a differentiated, targeted, and also that the policies that fit in that places. So we talk about we need to think about that the lines that need to be a safeguard. So we need to really draw the three lines. And also based on that, the three lines we draw, and we need to prepare a big list. So we prepared a list based on the lines rules, so they know exactly the do's and don'ts. So that's the basic requirement in order to realize the high-quality protections. So basically, we give a whole framework and also use that three lines to give you the scope of the protection work. So right now, we have that the 44,000 units of that the zones we identified. So that's also form the basic framework for us to carry out the ecological and environmental protection efforts. For the chemical industries along the Yangtze River, also to move to the other places so that we could see that the rivers improved its quality of waters and also to present a better and more beautiful landscape. And also started from last year, we introduced a slew of policies to support high-quality development, and also the 22 items to support the private sector industry. And also last year, we released the very first the unified national standard to calculate the carbon prints and also the carbon print factors. And also we built up a database to collect the carbon print factors by different industries. And we also keep updated all these database so that also force the industries to make their efforts in green transformation and also intelligent development. We talk about that the thermal coal-firing industry will also practice the low emission practice. And also for China, we build that the world's largest clean coal energy generation places and also the steel production places. And also we promote the efforts in pollution control and also build the nationwide carbon market. And also, you could see that the trading price is also maintaining stable while also making a little bit increase, and also the rationing transactions also in a good progress. And also for the carbon emissions, that also help to save the cost for the enterprises, totaling 35 billion RMB. At the same time, we also started that the market, so that's willing to cut their emissions. They also could trade that in the market. And also we safeguard the bottom line of high quality development and high level protection. Last year, we also introduced that the emission regulation, urging the enterprises to meet the standards. And we also identify the different scenarios and also provide support to the enterprises. We provide the plans, technologies, and also the consulting services directly to their doorstep to also visit the companies and industries to see how they meet these standards. And if they behave well, and we also not bother them. But we talk about is not a one-size-for-all policy. We firmly oppose that. And that should not also be the policies that are not grounded based on the reality. We talk about that's not something should be done in a perfunctory way, that should be something look beautiful but not produce actual results. We firmly oppose all these kind of work. And we would like to build the whole environmental and ecological system to support countries' low carbon green development and also high quality development. Thank you.
Now the second Minister of Water Resources, Li Guoying. Good morning, dear media friends. Now it's time to ask questions. Good morning, Minister Li from Chengdu Business Daily. In recent years, flood happened more frequently in China, drawing wide attention from the society. So flood control safety is the common call of the society. And to respond to that situation and to ensure flood control, as to the system of flood control, what is the arrangement of the Ministry of Water Resources? Thank you for the question. And thank you for your attention paid to flood control. In recent years, with global warming internationally exerting more influence, extreme rainfalls and flood disasters happened frequently in China. At the critical moment of flood control, General Secretary Xi Jinping made important remarks, emphasizing that we must always give top priority to ensuring the public's life safety. And we need to set up a modernized flood control system and build up our capacity to that end. The Ministry of Water Resources stringently implemented the remarks of General Secretary Xi Jinping, as well as the requirements and decisions of CPC Central Committee and the State Council. Under the leadership and support of relevant departments, the local governments, different social sectors, and the general public, we targeted at building such a flood control safety system, and we ushered in a capacity building campaign. we centered on three systems. The first system is about the basin flood control project. That system involves three components. The first component is about the reservoir. We aim to take the initiative to readjust the flood level. Right now, nationwide, we have put in place 94,877 reservoirs. And we could have a capacity of 185.6 billion cubic meters of flood control. And the second component is about the dams and the riverways, designed to increase the capacity of water discharge. Right now, nationwide, we have put in place different types of riverways and dams with the total distance of 32,000 kilometers. The third component is the control of flood in the affected areas, especially to focus on the flood that is out of control by the riverways. Now we have 98 national-level flood control areas with the capacity of controlling 109 billion cubic meters of water. Secondly, the monitoring and early warning system. That system has three defense lines. The first defense comes from the meteorological and the satellite capacity, as well as the rainfall monitoring radar system, in order to report the rainfall volume in the clouds. The second one is about the rainfall stations, responsible for monitoring and reporting the rainfalls on the ground. The third defense line is about the stations of the hydrology to monitor and report the water content in the rivers. Those three defense lines are progressive, but they come together to exert bigger power in order to prolong the period of early warning and to improve the precision of forecasting the flood, so that the rainfalls and the water levels could have more information. And then, about the prevention working mechanism, we also have set up three mechanisms. The first mechanism is about accountability system. We are very clear about the flood control subjects and the key stages. We broke it down to the minimum units so that every responsible person could hold themselves accountability. The second mechanism is about decision-making support mechanism. With digital twin platform, in the realm of data flow, we could do some rehearsal to analyze the influence of flood, as well as our operational plan of the flood control system. The third mechanism is about dispatching and guidance mechanism. We clarify the responsibilities of different levels of Water Resources Bureau in terms of their policy making, the instructions giving and execution of their instructions, so as to ensure that our flood control process could be effective, orderly. Those two mechanisms have played an important role in last year's flood control practices. During the flood season in 2024, 1,321 rivers experienced flood in China. The Water Resource Bureaus gave out early warning at the times of 4,303, gave out 30,000 instructions, and 6,929 reservoirs of different sizes were put into usage for flood control. 147.1 billion cubic meters of flood have been controlled. And we have checked 2,330 cities and townships. 16.87 million mu of arable land was reviewed, and 11.15 million affected people were saved by the systems. We have maximized the benefits of keeping people safe and reducing the losses caused by flood. In general, China's capacity of flood control has been boosted gradually. But the extreme rainfalls and floods were still frequent. So, to ensure flood control results, we must never drop our vigilance. In the next step, the Ministry of Water Resources will continuously carry out the governance of rivers, lakes, and for the three systems I just mentioned, we will continue to step up our enforcement so that our flood control system could be more modernized in the future. We must build up the fences to protect people's lives and properties. Thank you.
部长您好，人民日
Good morning, People's Daily. In the recent years, I have observed that in some areas, especially in the northern part of China, we have seen many dried rivers. We have seen that water flowed again in these rivers after many years of interruptions. What the ministry has done to improve that was the follow-up plan this year. Thank you. Thank you for your question. And also thank you for your attention to the life of the rivers. To let the water flow again, to show their vitality. Lucid waters and large mountains are invaluable assets. So we could see the mountains and the water flows that all remind our love to the motherland. That is also a guidance given by General Secretary Xi Jinping, and also to the call for people to live a better life. The Ministry of Water Resources has carried out the water management strategy of prioritizing water conservation, balancing spatial distribution, taking systematic approaches, and giving full play to the roles of both government and the market, and also the river strategies. We focus on that the key task of protecting the ecosystem of rivers and waters in order to protect their lives and also to bring benefits to the people. To be specific, we have done three things. First, we focus on water conservation. Per capita water just the 35% of the global average. The over-extracted water and water waste had happened time to time. We stick to prioritizing water conservancy principle and also to give a mandatory requirement on water consumption. So we also give the strict water consumption requirement to the places, to the industries, and to people, and also practice the national water conservation campaigns, and also to formulate the regulations in this regard, and also for the manufacturing industries and for the cities. We have seen that the policies and also the system have been built up in terms to save water. And we also improve our capability to save more waters. And also we make sure that water that the consumption not over the containment of the rivers and waters. And also in the recent 1 decade, GDP has doubled, but you could see that there's no increase in water consumption. Second, we focus on the water dispatch. The basic situation in China is flooding in summer and the drought in winter, and also the imbalanced distribution of water between north and south, east and west. And we also to carry out the key water projects in China, and also to integrate the cities, counties, and also the provincial water network. And for the places lacking of waters, they have more supply, and also to increase the carrying capability of rivers and waters. For example, as the main support of the projects, the South to North Water Diversion projects, the first project has already allocated that the 78.8 billion cubic meters, benefiting 185 million people. And it's also help to guarantee the safety of water consumption, bring benefits to meet people's day-to-day life, and also to circulate the production between South and North. And third, we also focus on restoration. For the upstream, downstream, and the banks of the rivers, above the surface and underground. And we also formulated the policies, dedicated policies for the rivers, lakes, and also strengthen the river chief and lake chief system, and also to strengthen our work and efforts in the rivers and water restoration work. And we also carry out the soil erosion efforts, and we also strengthened our efforts to bring the water flow back again to the mother rivers, and also make sure that we have that sufficient water flow in the key rivers and lakes. For the Beijing and Hangzhou Grand Canal, after a century of interruption, right now we have seen in a continuous water flow for 3 consecutive years. Yongding River has seen year-round water flow throughout its entire course for 4 consecutive years after 26 years of interruption. Haihe River, we have seen that a tremendous change in its polluted situation. We talk about that this is a project ongoing and efforts will always undertaking. There's no end to our work. Therefore, that the ministry will continue to implement Xi Jinping's thought on ecological conservation. We will also continue our efforts in protecting and managing the system of waters, rivers, and lakes to bring life water flow to these rivers and lakes to show the vitality of these waters and also let them to produce benefits and happiness to our people. Thank you.
Now let's invite Minister Han Jun of Agriculture and Rural Affairs. Now the floor is open to questions. Thank you from Xinhua News Agency. We have sensed that in 2024, our grain production exceeded 1.4 trillion jing for the first time, and this year's government work report also centered on about that same number for 2025. So how could we realize the targets? And also for the main agricultural products, how could we stabilize production and ensure supply? Thank you for the questions. Last year, our food production exceeded the target of 1.4 trillion jing for the first time, which was a new step forward. And 22.18 billion new jing were added. Last year, we conquered many difficulties like high temperature, droughts, and extreme typhoons and other severe natural disasters to achieve such great achievement. So, from a very high level, we improved the production. So such a good harvest was a hard-won result. Calculated by 1.4 billion population, that's about 500 kilograms per capita. That's more than the world's average. Mainly, we relied on the rice and wheat as the key staples. The self-sufficiency ratio is over 95%. And also for the main grains, our self-sufficiency ratio has always been above 90%, except the soybeans. So basically, we can support ourselves. Now, the grain production and supply is sufficient. And mainly, the gap lies in the feed. We still have to import to balance supply and demand for the feed. So in general, we have a balanced landscape of the food in China. In the future, with people's living standards further improved, the indirect consumption of food in general will be on an upward trend. In two provinces with important agricultural position like Jilin ranking number 4 in China and Anhui province ranking number 5 in China, I paid visits to them and I felt that it is much more challenging to further increase the production. But it's much easier to drop on the list if they have slacked. So we cannot definitely say that we've already passed the test of food supply. With a country with 1.4 billion population, we must rely on ourselves and support ourselves instead of relying on the others. So we must always stay alert about food supply. The government work report set the target at around 1.4 trillion jing, including it as one of the key parameters for this year's economy. It reflects the high attention paid by the CPC Central Committee and the State Council to food security. Last year, production of food exceeded 1.4 trillion jing. We've analyzed that phenomenon of a new big step up with the support of technologies, investment, and policies. China's food production used to register at 1.39 trillion before we set the new goal of 1.4 trillion. So such a target setting was based on scientific proof, and it's feasible with efforts. Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs will continue to implement the targets set by General Secretary Xi Jinping concerning how to ensure food security. And according to the arrangements of CPC's Central Committee and the State Council, we will enable different localities to produce more. And in the meantime, we aim to increase revenues in order to have a bumper harvest this year. In details, we have to work on 3 fronts. In the government work report, the 3 measures have already been elaborated on. First, stabilize the area of production, increase food yield, and improve quality of food with technological support. As to stabilizing areas, last year we sold to about 790 million mu of arable land. This year, we will break it down further to different provinces. Arable land is the root of food security. So we must stay true to the red line of arable land area protection, and we must avoid the non-agricultural practices of the arable land. Especially, we must give top priority to the grain production in the arable land. We must take measures to build the high-level and high-quality arable lands. We aim to add another 80 million of arable land. So, as to increasing yield, like wheat and rice, China is still ranking among the top in the world. But as to corn and soybeans, there is still room to further improve. We've already introduced some plans to increase the yield of the key grains, and we will also support the seed industry revitalization. We will take some opportunities to deepen the reform so that the technologies could be integrated for the benefit of high yield in the experimental fields and at the same time translate them into the vast area of arable land. As to quality improvement, we must breed and disseminate the high-quality rice seeds and the dedicated wheat seeds and high-quality soybean seeds. And also we must support the modernized husbandry and fishing industry and develop the modern agriculture technologies and disseminate the green technologies and low-carbon technologies to produce more organic and green agriculture products. In that way, the Chinese people could enjoy safe food with higher nutritional benefits. As to technological development, to solve the food issue, we have to boil it down to technology development. China's agriculture technology innovation, in general, is ranking among the world-class level. Our agriculture technology contribution ratio last year was more than 63%. Agriculture belongs to the ancient traditional industry. Different technologies could be widely applied in agriculture. For example, high-end equipment, agriculture machinery, bio-breeding, the unmanned aircrafts, and AI technologies are already widely used in agriculture, greatly improving the efficiency of production and spurring the new quality productive forces in agriculture. The UAV's ownership exceeded 200,000 in China for agricultural purposes, covering 400 million mu of arable land. They can sow the seeds, they could spray the fertilizers, and they could also monitor the natural disasters. Now, the unmanned aircrafts could replace a dozen of manpower. So the dissemination of those UAVs is very important. And also we need very precise seeders. the seeders could control the number of seeds sown in the land, and it's very precise in controlling the depths of sowing. So you can have very precise accounting of the seeds. How many seeds do you sow? They could give us the exact number, like several thousand seeds. Such precise seeders could sow all of the seeds altogether. Many technologies are very promising if applied in agriculture. Of course, there are some loopholes in our technological situation. We still have some bottlenecks. We will continue to focus on improving the overall efficiency of technological innovation in agriculture and keep making breakthroughs in key technologies, especially encouraging the integration of industry, academia, and enterprises so as to cultivate more agri-tech firms, and we hope to be more independent in agriculture, and we hope to contribute to constructing a strong power. Secondly, we must work on benefiting and enriching the farmers. In recent years, China has introduced a series of farmer benefiting policies. For example, subsidiaries, pricing mechanisms, insurance policies, and credit policies. So the farmers' beneficiary system is more well developed. We will keep optimizing these policies, and we will completely implement this series of policies benefiting the farmers with no discount. Last year, due to the sluggish demand of agricultural products at certain time points, we imported heavily of some agricultural products, making the price going down, especially the grains. Price went down significantly, affecting the farmers' income. The central government paid high attention to that issue. So together with other departments, we came up with a series of macro control policies. For example, demarketing policy to stabilize the price. We also increased the storage of grains. So with such macro control policies, we aimed to stabilize the market. We've already seen the results of those policies since the Spring Festival, especially for the grains like beans and corns have stabilized their prices or even rebounded. So the positive factors are piling up, supporting the rising trend of the price. In the next step, we will coordinate agricultural production and the export and import of agricultural products. We will continue to give out positive signals and provide some guiding role to maintain certain agricultural products' prices within a reasonable range. We must make sure the farmers' basic revenues could be guaranteed, and the farmers could thus be motivated to continue the production. Thirdly, the accountability system. General Secretary Xi Jinping emphasized that food security is the top priority for the nation. To ensure the food, especially key agricultural products' stable supply, has always been the top priority of constructing a strong power. According to the requirement, the main sales and production areas must hold joint accountability. We will implement the new round of a grain relocation program. So food security will be the joint responsibility of the party and the government. We will emphasize on the performance evaluation of arable land protection. So together, we could have food supply guarantee done, and the top priority could be realized. Thank you.
好，请北区靠南侧那个穿白色西装的女记者提问。
Thank you. And this year is the last year the transitioning from the poverty alleviation to rural revitalization. And what's the result for consolidating the results of the poverty alleviation, and also that how to further promote rural revitalization on the basis of no large of the population fall back to poverty? Thank you for your question. And after we received decisive victory in poverty alleviation in 2022, and the central government as the 2021, so we received the results, and also from 2021 and to this year, there is a 5-year of transition, and this year is the last year of that transition period. General Secretary Xi Jinping attached great importance on consolidating results gained in poverty alleviation, emphasizing that we should strengthen our oversight work and also provide in advance a helping assistance and make sure that there is no a large scale of people that fall back to poverty. The policies actually will remain the same. Conducted in poverty alleviation area. Therefore, the results of poverty alleviation will remain and expanded, and showed in the following 3 areas. And first, the risk of letting people back to poverty lowered. For the ministry every year, we conduct the monitoring work on the people with the risk of falling back to poverty. We talk about the people that already live out of poverty but not that stable. And we also talk about people actually at the edge of falling to poverty, so which means they at the edge, they have the potential risk of become the people in poverty, and also for people in rural area because their income decreased sharply or their expenses increased dramatically. That it also could be the reason cause them fall back to poverty. We talk about that could be because of that difficulty with the illness or that the physical difficulties, or sometimes they encounter that financial difficulties. So for these 3 kind of the rural household, we put a very close eye on them. Last year, since 2021, for 2.6 million people under our supervision, and 26.4% of the people could fall back to poverty, and 36.6% that's the people on the edge, and 37.5 people that's the people with difficulties. And also for 42% among that population, that's the people who are lifted out of poverty, and for 58% are the normal rural household. So you could see that we basically cover all the rural household. And for our ministry, we had a big data platform. For each and every household, we could learn their picture through that platform. You could see that as long as they included inside our monitoring platform, and we also have that working group on the ground. And if we found that they face some difficulties or inside our a monitoring system, we will provide that support to them and help them to be removed from our system. We talk about as long as they meet that withdrawal standards, then we could stop that assistance provided to them. So we have a whole set of procedures in this regard. And for the whole rural areas, we have already built up this working system that also help us to lower the risk of people getting back to poverty. And second, for the disposable income for the people out of poverty, actually higher than the average of the rural population. For the 832 provinces lifted out of poverty. They show their different distinctive pillar industry. And for this area, especially the registered in our system as the population with poverty, and we provide that assistance to the 30 million people, and we paid their tickets for them to traveling to the working places. And third, in terms of post-secondary education, basic, the medical care, and also the access to the safety drinking water. And also, we guarantee they have a place to live in. So we also keep a close eye on all these policies. We believe that our results of poverty alleviation have withstood the test of the time, and also we received the recognition from the international communities. But still, we're seeing that there are still risks exist in these areas, and this year is the last year of that 5-year transition. We will further strengthen our policies and provide support and to increase the efficiency of industries, and also to give the support, the stronger support, especially the follow-up support for people moved from the inhospitable areas, and we will also give them support in terms of consumption. So all in all, we need to lay out the targeted measures to really provide the tailored policy and support to each and every identified person. Make sure there's no large scale of people back to poverty again. Talking about rural revitalization, this is a strategic mission for us to realize a modernization. We talk about that achievements made in the efforts of poverty alleviation. That's also part of the rural revitalization. So right now, we also deepen our efforts in promoting rural revitalization. General Secretary Xi is saying that the rural areas should be prosperous, then the country can prosper. Therefore, we need to redouble our efforts in this regard. And I believe that's also top our agenda in the new era. The Party Central Committee has already drawn the blueprint for us. Right now, we're working on the action plan to interpret the blueprint to the action plan to the concrete steps, our efforts. And also the Central Committee made that the direction and also the overall plan in this regard. So we also need to think about how to better deepen the reform in the rural area, and also to roll out the examples and experience we learned from the previous pilot projects. And also we talk about the culture, industry, ecological sector, organization, and also the rural revitalization all should be combined together. For the industrial revitalization should also top our agenda, because we would like to boost the rural areas, the feature industry, so that also help to improve people's livelihood there. And we also need to further expand the functions of agriculture to explore the more values, and also to find out more values from the agriculture in order to expand the channels for farmers to increase their income. And we talk about our goal is till 2028 that the rural areas should have the comfort living conditions, and right now we already laid out the plans to carry out the target. So first, we need to identify things that could produce immediate results, especially the areas with key concerns like the road, transportation, the water supply, the living environment, education, elderly care. We should invest more in all these areas related to people's day-to-day life, and also to shore up the weak links in order to shorten the distance between or differences between the urban and the rural areas, and also should improve the living standards. So we talk about we need to really deliver tangible benefits to local farmers. We talk about we need to enrich, not only enrich their pockets, also need to enrich their mindset. So we talk about rural revitalization. We not only look at how to increase their income, but we also need to look at the rural mores. We talk about the bride price, sky high, and also in the rural areas, we talk about it's way so expensive to make funerals. So we need to think about how we could also build up the rural culture, and also to immobilize the people. And this is also our key job, and also to really produce the results so that people feel that sense of gains. Thank you very much, Mr. Han. Thank you. Friends from the media, this is the end of the corridor, Ministers' Corridor. And the afternoon of 11th, we'll have another Ministers' Corridor. Please keep tuned.
3 ministers there have taken to the Ministers' Corridor and taking questions from members of the media. They're in charge of the environment and ecology, water resources, agriculture, and rural affairs. They've covered a lot of ground, talking about topics, everything from environmental accomplishments, flood control, water conservancy, water conservation, as well as rural affairs, including preventing rural residents from falling back into poverty and other issues concerning rural revitalization. Let's talk about this with my guests here in the studio. Gentlemen, my first impression is that these ministers really know their work very, very well, their fields very, very well, throwing around numbers like the back of their hand. A lot of those numbers are strong indicators of the achievements in their fields, and also sometimes indicators of challenges still ahead. Professor Huo, starting with you, what are the major takeaways from you?
Yes, I agree with you that you can see the 3 ministers, they are very familiar with their works. I think they are the expert of their works in environmental protection, in water resources, and in agriculture. That is a striking feature of the Chinese political system. You can see that the officials at all levels are selected according to their previous working experience and their personal field. So this makes the officials very suitable to their work, which is very different in contrast for the Trump administration, I think.
No qualifications necessary, just loyalty.
Yeah, so I agree with you very much that they are very familiar with the work, and they are very familiar with what have been achieved in previous years, and they also are fully aware of the future challenges and difficulties. So from their remarks, I think that the public knows better about the work in their relative departments and what the future their department will do in the next years or the next few years.
Einar, your thoughts on this also?
Well, very different from the first set of ministers in the primary one. That was NDRC, PPOC, finance, etc. That was all about the economy. In fact, obviously, people are very interested in the shape of that. This was really about, the day-to-day issues of your life. You're affected by water, by food. Poverty is an issue. China has invested a lot, and they're not going to backslide. So this was about social development. All right, you contrast with the United States, where an egg is $1 now, if you can find it. And I mean, China is sending out a very clear signal. We have a plan. All right, we know what our issues are. Flood control, we can't control it because we can't control the weather. But here's what we're doing. Okay, food security. Right, we have challenges, but this is what we're doing about it. And this is very consistent with the way that China goes about it. Identify the problem and deal with it, as opposed to many countries in the world where they identify the problem and shove it under the carpet.
One more question about high quality development, because all of these environmental accomplishments that we heard just now were able to take shape because of this overarching guiding principle of high quality development, be it the PM 2.5 concentration or the surface water quality improvement, or all of these achievements. How will high quality development as a principle guide China's social issues forward?
Nowadays, China is not only emphasize on high-speed development. Instead, it insists on high-quality development. And China is also implementing so-called new development philosophy, which means that China nowadays, the government is now pushing comprehensive implementation of the work, which will try to strike a balance on social problems, on GDP growth, environmental protection. These will make the country more stable and more predictable. And I think that the Chinese people will benefit from this kind of new development philosophy and high quality development.
Gentlemen, it's been a long morning. We appreciate your expertise and analysis as always. Thank you so much for coming in today. That wraps up our special coverage this morning. I'm Zhongshi. Thank you so much for your company. Global Watch is next on CGTN. Stay with us.